Something's up with the streaming computer, and I don't know what. That's bad. Oh, I might sound a little crunchy. Let me know if I do. Yeah, I don't know. There's a huge lag between typing and the keyboard actually doing anything. Oh my god, my eyes are still puffy. It's like I don't know what's up. I think there's like big allergy today. That sound normal? Good. Good. Yeah, the stream computer's acting up a little bit. I don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, it might just be the keyboard shenanigans that we did, but yeah, I mean, it's not like I need to use the keyboard a lot to stream, but I mean, it's just weird. Could it be MS Paint taking up all the resources? Let me look at Task Manager real quick. Oops. Task Manager. Task Manager looked okay when I looked at it before, though. 75% CPU. Most of that's taken up by OBS. OBS is 5 processes. Jesus. I don't know. Maybe OBS just wants to be restarted, but it's not going to be able to. I'm not going to do it. I'll probably restart this computer after today. What is Cortana doing even running on this fucking piece? What the hell? Where's my memory going? Most of my memory. Oh, hello Discord. Why are you using so much memory, Discord? You're fired. Give me all my memory back. Chrome is allowed to take up the space that it has. It's the goldfish, but and then OBS, of course, gets carte blanche with all the memory that I have. Yeah, 20 windows open in Chrome. I could probably pare that down a little bit. I don't think that's what's causing the delay, though. I don't think that's what it is. This song, Jesus Christ. Gone. Don't need it, don't need it anymore. Don't need it. There. I'm down to only 17 windows open. My glucose level is gonna climb up today. I had a tuna fish sandwich, and the first bite that I took of it, the entire contents just jettisoned. It was one of those things where you have bread that's way too tough on the sandwich, and you take one bite and just it's all gone. I need to start doing that thing that they did at the, what is it, like the Italian market that I went to in DC, where they pick out all the inner bread, and that gives you a nice little core for your sandwich to exist in. I'm like super hungry. I just ate and I'm super hungry still. I don't know what it is. I think my body is finally adjusting to being a normal body. I don't know. Mutt and IRC. A laptop server with Mutt and I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not great with that. I don't really know. People in chat will be able to tell you, though, either in chat or in the Discord. There's like a one hair. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's not really in my wheelhouse. I don't really know. I have entire sections of the Discord dedicated to the questions, though, and we have a couple Linux heads, although they didn't really answer somebody's question. I was sort of annoyed with them recently because they didn't answer somebody's question. They just went on their own little stupid feedback loop of their own discussion of Linux, which is really annoying when you're trying to do something. They're like, oh man, I'm having so much trouble with this. Let me ask these Linux experts. And then they end up having this little circle jerk about why you shouldn't even try to do what you're trying to do. But it's not like in a helpful way. It's like, hey, how do I get lemon juice? And then two people go on a lengthy discussion about their love of lime juice. Like, how do I juice a lemon? Well, when I'm slicing bread, what I like to do. Like, wow, that is less than helpful. I appreciate that. Got really annoyed. I didn't say anything because it wasn't my place to say anything about it. But man. Put this up though. This is not what I'm playing. It's the same artist, but I'm playing this, which is his district set. Same person doing the mix. I try to give credit where credit's due. Mixcloud is a little bit of a weird website. I need to find some more mixes. I'll branch out and see what I can dig up. We tried playing Julian's music that one time, and it rejected all of it. It all got copyright stuff. Even though I had approval from the artist directly to play it, it's like, yeah, you can use my music. Yeah, no, I don't think whoever's in charge of your music is gonna let me use your music. That or anything on YouTube just goes over to Twitch and just gets immediately destroyed. I don't know which it is. Frustrating. It's frustrating out there. Trying to have at least just like a somewhat of an entertaining intro to my stream where I get to talk to you guys and we can have a little bit of music in the background to fill the dead air, if there is any dead air. Oh boy. It just goes up and up and up. This pod is only 1 day and 3 hours old, and these should be lasting me 2 days. This one is not. We're halfway through today, and yeah, 9:15:22 at 9:50 to 10 a.m. I replaced the pod on the 15th. These should be lasting 2 days, so I'm not going to be eating for the next little while. That tuna fish sandwich is going to have to last me through and through. That I'm going to be going with no carb options, which are usually tough. It's tough to do the no carb thing. Who's ready to finish this freaking keyboard project, huh? No, I am. I know I am. What's up, money? So, I actually managed to find pull-up resistors. They weren't the ones that were originally there. I found them in the pile. I kind of like the breakdown of this song. This is a nice song. That one is 4.7. These are 10K. And that all exists. It looks like total ass, and it kind of is. It's a little sloppy, but I got it done. How much kilowatts do I need? Are you doing your homework or something? Am I answering homework questions? Bom, bom, bom. Bom, bom, bom. Feels like I'm doing your homework for you. It's just a weird question. I know you see a lot of lights and stuff on. You know, we use a lot of power here. Those look cold soldered. They really don't look very well soldered up there. But they were. So I guess I'm not going to rock the boat. Yeah, I guess they're okay. I guess they're all right. Streamer, what's your shoe size? Streamer, what'd you eat for breakfast? Streamer, what clouds are in the sky right now? Yeah, these aren't. I wonder if I could use that double-sided tape that Twisted sent in and actually hold these things down. Finally ordered my very own soldering iron. Haven't owned one since I tried to mod a PSX back in 2003. Hey. Well, get some practice in on it, man. You'll have fun. I can't imagine not owning a soldering iron just because things break. Like, things electrical break all the damn time, especially around here. But maybe that's just because I quote-unquote fixed everything. I fix everything. But not having a soldering iron at all. I remember when I was a little kid, I was at a brother's friend's house, and the 9-volt battery plug for a particular toy. I think it was like a laser tag thing. The 9-volt plug broke. The wire broke on it, and he had an absolute, my brother's friend had an absolute screaming, total, complete breakdown over it. This is in the 80s. Couldn't handle it. Just absolutely, because he thought the toy was ruined forever. And we had to inform him that soldering irons exist and that we can repair it. In Poland, government got a great idea. If we get 2,000 kilowatt per year, prices stay the same. Go above the price, it'd be about 5 times. So you have a fixed electrical limit on what you can use. I don't know, man. Look, I'm in the northeast of America, and it gets fucking hot here. It is not cold by any means. We are geographically similar in position to Spain. We cannot survive, and we don't do siestas, so we literally cannot survive without things like air conditioning around here. New switches on my Logitech mice a bit ago. No more double click. I had that problem with the Steel Series at one point, where the center click would do this frenetic clicking, and at one point I would center click on like a Chrome tab or like a Chrome link, and it would open up like 50 links. And what had happened is, inside of the mouse, the wheel would tilt. The wheel would tilt in order to press the button, and it was the plastic of the button right up against the roller for the wheel, and so they both machined each other down a little bit. So it was just replace the switch and it fixed it, but I would have that problem again later as they were machining each other into oblivion. Hard into the Corsair ecosystem. The ecosystem. Ugh, it makes me twitch every time I read that. Way too many good long wires. I want to learn how to shorten them up, but I figured soldering iron might help with reattaching metal wires. Yeah, wires are tough. Wires are tough. They're built Ford tough. Wires are tough because I mean, generally, like speaking, soldering wires directly is like a faux pas. It's not really something you want to do in projects because they're not really meant to take the heat of soldering. Generally, what I like to do is get some kind of a crimp on them, and that way the jacket of the wire isn't subject to the heat. If I can manage it, but otherwise, I mean, you know, if you're working on modern hardware, you're in for a hell of a time. It's not getting easier to work on hardware, that's for goddamn sure. I mean, the original Nintendo controller, if you look at those original Nintendo, the original Nintendo controller, this has a shift register in it. Like the original Nintendos with turbo buttons and stuff, they actually contained 7400 series logic chips. If you can imagine a consumer product actually having a 7400 series logic chip in it. And the reasoning behind that was that you weren't allowed to hit, for instance, both opposing directions at the same time. And I think some speedrunners use that kind of stuff. The keyboard brain swap is coming along nicely. Somewhat. We've got to troubleshoot the rows and columns. I have absolutely no idea how the LED logic is going to work at all. Those are the challenges that we have to face. But it is going okay. It's going aight. We need to do a little console debugging. We got to figure out how we're going to do that. I looked into it briefly on the cell phone while watching the puppy, but that doesn't make for good researching. We looked at it while a puppy was biting me. Can anything QMK get past esports inspection? I don't think you're shit out of luck on that one. I don't think they allow it at all. I went through everything that made it into the dry sponge, and I found a lot of components, but I didn't find the specific resistors that we removed yesterday. I don't know what happened to them. I have absolutely no idea what happened to them. Man, Lazy Boy's already got everything else embedded into it. I don't know why that hasn't happened yet. Nice ergonomic. You got friggin' like toilets and armchairs now. I am happy to have moved out of that space. I no longer sit on the couch and watch TV. I just don't do it. I've been doing it a little bit since the puppy's been around and I've had to watch the puppy, but as soon as she's old enough to come down here and hang out with me, that's that. You know, I'm so glad to not sit and watch advertisements and stuff. Fucking hate them. Napper crapper, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't do big comfortable armchairs, no thanks. It's so awkward too when somebody does have that, like at their house, and you go to their house and you like sit in their chair, and it's like you sink into this like pod of existence that they have. It's very, very awkward. Well, does it look like I'm working on a keyboard right now? I don't understand why people don't get that. Can't reconcile in your tiny little chat member brain. What is this resistor that I just found? What is this one? Oh, another oh, I needed this one. Actually, I think this one's too... No, never mind. I didn't need this one. I don't need any of these. Now, the pull-ups that I found weren't originally from here. The ones that I installed in here. I had to reinstall the two resistors that I found in the pile, but they're not the same ones. The ones that this board uses don't have labels on them. And then I found one 4.7K that I put on these two. Since they're shorted together, this is fine. One pull-up for two. This was a code 10 keyless keyboard, and I pulled the brain out of it. I just threw it out, like just now, threw it out. Because I spilled stuff on the keyboard, and God knows what broke the microcontroller. So I'm replacing it with a Pico Pi. Here's a Pico Pi all wired up. Pico Pi is a 3-volt device, and most of the logic in this board is 5 volts. So we had to put a couple pull downs on the lines. That's what those are. So those are my microcontroller being 5-volt tolerant. Normal. Was that a Nickelodeon thing? Oh, that's the plan. I think maybe the problems that we're having right now are that these are kind of arranged differently, and so I'm not able to hit those buttons because these appear to be working perfectly. So that would be this one here works perfectly. This one is a little discombobulated. I think maybe the columns are out of order. There's a lot of blank spaces here, so if this was inverted, oh. Oh, Young Frankenstein, okay. Frankenstein. It's weird that the P key works though. This key works, but then again, well, it's at 4-4. It's at a symmetrical location. Well, this is why we're gonna troubleshoot. We can troubleshoot this, and then I can like remap where the keys are in the grand scheme. I wonder where those resistors went. The ones that I removed yesterday on stream. I removed them yesterday on stream and they just vanished. Because typically when I remove stuff that small, I'll just dip into the dry sponge and then it goes away. So I thought it was somewhere in the dry sponge, but I didn't find it in there. Maybe if I remove, well, the dry sponge, the actual dry sponge that I haven't ever put water in, it might actually be in there. That might be where the resistors ended up. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in that dry sponge. I haven't cleaned it out lately. New introduction, but then you also just said, I guess it's not a first chat? That's weird. finishing the keyboard today. Functionally, backlight, everything but numlock and caps lock lights, right? I think that's what we're aiming for. And I'd like to get that screen onto the front of it too. The only problem with it is that I don't know. There's like maybe a button that I have to hold down in order to plug it in and have it in flashing mode. Because I'm gonna need to flash this software a lot once I get the hardware all done. What just fell? Something just fell on the floor. I heard something fall on the floor. It must have attached to the underside of my hand. Maybe that 10K resistor that I found a minute ago. That's probably what it was. I hope I finish this thing today. I think I'm finished streaming about this thing today. You know, wherever we get to with it is where we'll end up. And then next week is burn the subs. Yeah, the Pico may need me to hold the button. What I may need to do is desolder the button and then wire up a button that's in the opening where the dip switch was. And that way I can have just I can just like kind of go under and push in the thing when I plug it in. And we should probably reincorporate the tray. Oh my God. Whoever's singing the song is just gonna start crying, like awkwardly. Make it awkward for everybody. Oh, shut up. Nobody wants to hear you sob. What an asshole. I've been doing this since 2016. I can count on one hand the amount of times that chat has ever reminded me of a production element that I've forgotten. Just shut the fuck up. That is a long dog. Who is that dog? Greyhound. From Greyhound Girl. Oh, that's a bunch of cute emotes. Those are very cute doggies. I was hanging out with the cute doggy today. I had to watch her. Had to, right? I was forced at gunpoint to watch this terrible dog. This absolute terror. Absolute terror. A scourge on the household. Her one ear, well, both ears are kind of perking up whenever she moves her head in just the right direction, which is anywhere but looking straight ahead. When she's looking straight ahead, the ears droop down, but when she got up from this position, the one ear stayed up for a little while. See that? The one ear just it's kind of hanging out. But it isn't always up. Usually they droop down like that. This was her latest thing, is my favorite thing in the world that she's been doing with me, which is to take a toy over to me, climb on me, and then just hang out with the toy. And she makes me hold the toy. Yeah, it's absolutely to fucking die for. I can't take it. I can't take it, and I hope she never unlearns it. I hope she never unlearns it. She is very, very cute. She was very good today. When I was watching her, she ate a big meal, ran around, and then she does like a crazy person routine after she eats. She did a zoomie, and then she sat by where we go out and just gave me a look. And it's like, okay, all right. And then I took her out, and she pooped. So I think she's taught herself to signal us in the event that she needs to poop, which is good. She's been very, very good about that. She's had a couple accidents indoors, but no pooping inside. So yeah, she zooms before pooping. I don't know what the deal is with that. My St. Wiggly's dog, when I looked after his puppy, his big golden retriever puppy, she did that too. I don't know what the zoomie before pooping is all about, and I think what it is maybe, this is a new sensation. I have poop in my butt. I need to run. It's just like a dog thing, you know? It's just, oh my God, this is new. Let's run around. So she's been doing that, but it's good to know when she needs to go. Should we get started? Should I get the music out of here? I don't have a lot to do for pre-stream, but I do want to let people gather, and hopefully we'll get a good audience today. Ever since I've been doing car twin. Wait, who's your car twin? Right? Is it another 944? Oh wait, you're not a 944 owner anymore. Oh, you sold the 944. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't have a lot to do. Since I've been putting like mechanical keyboard stuff in my titles, I'm getting a lot of mechanical keyboard people in chat, which is great. Hopefully they're interested in this kind of content as well. I mean, they're cruising Twitch for mechanical keyboard stuff. So, Volvo gang. Oh, I see. We used to be a Volvo household here. We kind of still are, actually, even though I'm getting BMWs lately, just because of the friends that I know. All right, so I got the tray for the keyboard. Let's just get started. I'll explain what we're doing today. Hopefully in the future we can have Willow hanging out here for the starts of streams, but not the near future. She's not quite ready for it yet. But I think it would be good to have her hang out for just a little bit. Where's my music? Here we go. Big John. This is at District, which is I think it's in DC. Cool place. I've done fire shows there before. Hello, I have Linux iProgrammer. I'm Pro Epic Gamer. Welcome, potential bot. Hello, I am Keyphrase and Keyphrase. No, you're probably actually a human. Here's proof that I'm human. Here's my glucose levels. A first-time chat that's a reply to another first-time chat. I've seen it all. I've now seen it all. All right, anyway, what are we doing today? I need to do a little troubleshooting on this thing. This keyboard that I killed. This keyboard that I killed is a Code 10 keyless keyboard, and I appreciated spending $200 just to have a keyboard that works and is mechanical and is well built. I enjoy that very greatly. I just bought it and it worked, and I had a keyboard and it was fine. How does keyless key? Okay, all right. Anyway, so this keyboard I had for some time, and it worked great, and I loved it because it's just a keyboard. It doesn't need to do anything special. It just types keys and feels nice under my fingies. So, through the course of life with a keyboard and being terminally online and in front of my desk, I spilled liquid on the keyboard. There is part of my... Wait a minute. No, I thought I saw one of the resistors that I was looking for in here. That would have been hilarious. I spilled shit on my keyboard. Usually that's not that big of a deal. What I do is get it away from the liquid, then I wash it with alcohol, dry it off, wash it with alcohol. There's a little bit of room in the bottom of this tray so that liquids mostly just pool at the bottom of this thing. So I just pop the keyboard open, spray it with some air, possibly do a little bit of an alcohol clean. Done. However, this time it did not recover fully. So I tried plugging it in, it worked partially, and then it just fully died. Great, dead keyboard. What do I do now? Well, now I've got an entire keyboard that doesn't have a brain in it. So why don't we go on a little project around the block and figure out how to reverse engineer the keyboard and get it to run Quick Mechanical Keyboard, QMK, the QMK project. QMK is a set of firmware that runs on a variety of microcontrollers. I happen to have a variety of microcontrollers, including just recently, just this year, they added, it was in 2020, it was 2 years ago. Oh my God, 2020 was 2 years ago? Anyway, they added support for the Pico Pi. The Pico Pi is an RP2040 microcontroller. It's fast. It can run the giant bloated piece of shit that QMK is well. So then the challenge was, let's put one of these Raspberry Pi microcontrollers that I bought. I have a handful of these things. Let's put it to use. Let's make it into the keyboard. How do we put QMK on it? Well, I had to look all over the place, do a little bit of research. I had to learn how QMK works. That was a bit of a struggle. And it turns out I had to do a lot of reverse engineering of the rows and columns of this board. Turns out there's so many rows and columns on this thing that it would overwhelm the pins of the Raspberry Pi Pico. So then the experiment became if I use a mux and a demux in order to activate the rows and scan the columns individually, will that be fast enough for the keyboard to function properly? And it appears that it is. Hey, Jacose, subbing with a Prime for 35 years. Not even 3 years, bah. Hey, it's a good number. That's a big number, man. I thank you sincerely for trusting my content, for giving me the old college try of 35 months. No, I appreciate that greatly. Thank you very much. So anyway, quick QMK project. There's all kinds of like cool features that you can put into this, like layers and macros and things that I'll never use, including also a screen. Why does my keyboard need a screen? I genuinely do not know. I don't know what I'll do with the screen. I'll probably just put Bongo Cat on it and call it a day. But anyway, irregardless of all the stuff that I could potentially do with the keyboard, we had to get the test together and get that working. So that's what this is. This board went together, and then we plotted out a row and a column to test, and we got it to type the letter Q. Cool. That's a full vetted working hardware example. I then launched into all of this. All this stuff. A degree from Bother University. Congratulations, you're now no longer almost an engineer. I can't wait for that freaking account to get blown up by the fact that he finishes his degree. I don't think he's going to perpetually be studying engineering. We have somebody in the chat who's almost an engineer, is their name, and I keep haranguing them about finishing their degree. Anyway, so yeah, I did a bunch of this wiring. I tried to keep it as clean as I could with this 30 gauge wire wrap wire. Probably would have been a little bit easier if I had used motor wire, or the motor wire that I ordered that's going to get here eventually. Slightly smaller than 30 gauge. I think it's like 32 gauge, and then it's got the lacquer coating on it. It probably would have been easier to work with than the wire wrap wire. Wire wrap wire is better for like dip sized stuff, this size stuff. But anyway, I had a bunch of Max 308s, mux/demux lying around, so I decided to try those out, make them run the keyboard. It's something that keyboards and button matrices have been doing forever. You're basically taking a binary number that you put onto this thing, and then that activates an internal switch that switches it over to the location. So we're just pooping out a bunch of 3-bit binary numbers into the two and scanning, and that if in effect we're scanning an input on the microcontroller, and that's what's giving us our key inputs. Problem is, we got this all together and plugged in, got it working, quote unquote. A lot of jockeying of pins around in order to get those right. But then when we got it working, some of the keys don't work. And this is my map of the microcontroller pins here versus the matrix location of the different keys. And the way that I came about that is obviously by taking copious notes in MS Paint. But over here, I just took a picture of the keyboard and I noted the pin numbers. And then from there, I populated them into rows and columns per pin number. The code 10 keyless does this weird thing, and they used to advertise it. I haven't found too much about them advertising it now. I think maybe Jacose looked into it and had a link. Maybe not. It might have been somebody else. But basically, one row will be a couple keys, and then another row will be another couple keys, and then another row will be the center keys. And then the columns do like kind of like a zigzag down, and then some of them, especially on the modifier keys, it'll be like this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then that one. Like it's all over the place with the key assignments. And the reason that code does that, the reason that the company code does that is in order to, I guess, just make sure that they're scanning all of your normal finger locations fast enough. I'm innocent of that one. Okay, somebody looked it up. I forget who it was, but I guess code would advertise that like your fingers are on these keys and these rows constantly, and so they split the scan up of those so that they get, I don't know, more clear information about when you're hitting buttons, I guess. I don't know. I don't think you're going to win any tournaments because of the advantage that would give you, but that's just what they do. So we found out that there were too many pins for even the muxes. 8 by 8 is kind of like a good number, especially considering These are max 308s, and they have 8 switches in them. So 8 by 8 plus 8 is our goal. Well, if you look at this original chart of where all the buttons are, there's a nice big gaping hole around these. So those 4 buttons we can move over. And it turns out that those 4 buttons on their own rows and columns are the shift keys and the window keys. They had their own columns for some reason. So what we did is we just shuffled them over into another thing. So all I had to do was just double them up, double the wires up in order to add them to a column. And then I plugged it in and nothing worked. This right here, this wiring scheme represented its change up in the location of everything. You know, what pin was reading what. So I had to redo the matrix, and what you're looking at above is the redone matrix. We're still having trouble with all these keys, and it turns out all those keys are on on the low number column, 0 through 7. So these are the higher number ones, up to 8 to 14, and these are the lower number ones. And it turns out, oh, and I neglected that. In order to get the columns to scan quickly, I'm actually scanning twice. So instead of just counting from 0 to 16 and having like a rollover or an enable the second chip, because these take 3 pins to activate, 1, 2, 3. So that's an 0 through 8 in binary. I put these 2 in parallel, and so they're on different microcontroller pins. So as we activate the row, and then we scan each column to see which one is a button press, and we do that twice. So it's doubling the amount of time that it takes it to scan or having the amount of time that it takes it to scan a column. In the typical setup, you would have each microcontroller pin would be for a column, and then you would immediately just take that pin register, and it's like super fast. But we can't do that. But since the split keyboards use an I2C port expander, we're doing the same thing that the I2C port expander would do, I guess. Minimize the risk of too many keys being clicked at once and causing issues. Well, that's what the diodes are in there for. That's what the ghosting diodes are there for. Hey, what's up, Wazootronic? Welcome to my stream. Never really seen you around here before. I love it when a new person gets established as a regular. That's always fun. That means my channel is healthy. So yeah, row to column, and then we have a diode here to just make sure that the flow direction is proper, which means that each row is active as a high, high being like VCC, and then they're applied to a pin that's being weakly held low internally. So when you push the button, that high signal will overwhelm the pin and take it to 3.3 volts. Everybody, oh God, don't get that stuck in my head. So backlighting, a word on backlighting. I reverse engineered the backlighting. Turns out it used 2 PNPs. PNPs, as a switch, apply your power to whatever they're attached to, right? So you have your emitter on the 5-volt source, and when you bias this pin right here low, electrons flow from the 5 volts into whatever you've energized, and the bulk share of the current then flows to the bottom of the transistor. So these PNPs would blow up my microcontroller, my precious boy, my baby boy over here is not 5-volt tolerant. If you go above 3.3 volts on its pins, you risk blowing up everything. So PyroEsp actually did a simulation of this. I cannot be bothered to do equations or simulations. I turn into a pumpkin. I immediately break out in hives when I have to do math. I try to avoid it at all costs. That's why we like digital electronics. Been watching your last streams about this project offline. Let's watch live. Hell yeah, man. Welcome. Yeah, I love the VOD watchers. Thank you guys for watching VODs, because it's neat. It's neat that my content is actually appreciated. I think it's boring as shit. Anyway, yeah, we need to ban Pyro already. I think it's about time. But Pyro did some like simulation of this thing, and apparently about 4 volts would be present here if we connected it to the microcontroller and had the microcontroller give a high level and a low level here. 4 volts, that ain't good. That's a very bad. That's a very bad. So I had to reattach a pull-up resistor on this thing so that all the 5-volt logic was untouched. And then in order to connect it to the microcontroller, I have yeah, we added a pull-up, and then I have this transistor, and actually we're putting, to be nice, I put a 1K in there. So with an NPN transistor, the kind that switches ground to your thing, what'll happen is we will put a voltage potential on this line, and that will go down to ground. And so having that resistor in there limits the amount of current that can come out of our microcontroller and activate this transistor. And then the bulk share of the current will go down through the silicon and go to ground. So what'll happen here is we will put 3v3 right here, and it won't overwhelm our circuit. And when this is deactivated, it can be held low and nothing is going to go in the wrong direction. Because remember, the transistor can also be seen as a series of diodes. So the PNP, did I say PNP before? This is NPN. The PNP, and that's all how you dope it. When you dope silicon, this is like where you get into physics. When you dope silicon, for instance, like these transistors are 3 layers of silicon, right? And so you dope one so that one has more electrons and the other one has more holes. So you have holes and electrons want to go through the holes, and then you have a boundary condition where there are changing potentials on the boundary where the silicon connects to itself. So what happens basically is when you bias the holes and electrons move around, and all of a sudden you create a situation where current can flow through the whole thing. It takes a little bit of explanation, and I have holes in my own understanding of it. I would need to review some educational material in order to like be an authority. But yeah, it's pretty cool stuff when you get down to the nitty-gritty on the physics. But that's what I mean. PNP, it's P doped and N doped. I forget which one is which. I think is P positive and N is negative. I think that's what it is, positive and negative. But like in an LED is just one layer of well, it's a diode, so it's just like one layer. And when you put enough potential on the top, it'll emit light. In fact, most diodes emit light too, just not very much, and it's usually infrared. And then they do all kinds of tricks with like phosphors and stuff like that in order to make all the beautiful different colors of LED that you see today. So like that's what we're doing is we're harnessing rocks that we've tricked into becoming switches, and we're attaching that to stuff in order to be more clever than the LEDs that are there. So we're trying to out clever whoever built this keyboard and take it over, because we've got a 3-volt device. I don't want to blow up a microcontroller today. These things were $4 each. I want it to work for a living. So when we put the NPN down here, it's switching ground onto this circuit against this pull-up resistor, which I would have liked to be 10K, but I couldn't find the pull-up resistor that was originally there, and a 4.7K of that size just happened to be present. So it's 4.7K. That is a slightly stronger pull-up. The NPN transistor that I'm using is ancient. It should be able to handle the amount of current that goes through it. 4.7, what is it? V equals IR. Let's just quickly, I'm just going to do a calculator on that one. I hate math. I'm going to break out into hives. V equals I times R. So V over R, 5 over 4.7K. Okay, we're putting a milliamp through it. It's nothing. 1 milliamp is maybe a little bit much, but do your updates. How'd you even see that? Oh, is it because something here? I don't know, whatever. I'm not doing my updates. Updates like broke a bunch of computers just recently. Anyway, that may be why the mouse was, or why the keyboard was lagging earlier. But yeah, so that's the scheme that we're doing, and that's how we make these 5-volt things into 3 volts. Yeah, I don't use BitLocker, so What are you talking about? Why are you trying to sound smart? Don't try to sound smart. You have a first badge, so I have to be nice to you. Yeah, the base to emitter current. I was talking about that, actually. That's literally why I'm talking about this. Because the base to emitter current, when we switch these on, will break this picopi. That'll blow it up. That's why we had to put an NPN in there. And this would have been a lot easier to do if I hadn't just removed all of the pull-up resistors that were originally there. But anyway, I managed to find two 10Ks and a 4.7K. So I was just calculating what kind of current was needed to pull this down. I guess there would be a little bit of additional current here, but it wouldn't be... Well, that's just through here. I was wondering, yeah, whether or not we'd overload our transistor, and it's 0.001, so... You're bipolar. All right, let's see here. So yeah, that's the scheme. That's how we're controlling the lighting now. I needed to do that because the PNPs would have blown up my microcontroller. So now they won't. Now they'll just be able to activate the LEDs as they're supposed to. This scheme right here was supposed to save, I guess, on pins. I guess if you have more than just 2 LEDs, you can iterate through your pins, but it's a little, it saves you 1 pin as per just directly controlling these LEDs. In like a big RGB keyboard, you would have what's called a Charlie plexed matrix, and there's a chip that controls it specifically. Blurp. A Charlie plexed matrix is if you have a pin and you put an LED on that pin, that's a diode, right? So now you've got 2 pins running that diode. If I wanted to run an additional diode, I can just run it like this. And then I can tell this one to be a 1 and this one to be a 0, and then I got this one activated. Or I can tell this one to be a 0 and this one a 1, and then this one's activated, right? And when you Charlie plex, you add another pin, and that pin has another diode on it. Doot, 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 doot. But then you can start doing weird stuff. You can add diodes everywhere. You can just go crazy with these little shits, right? You just keep adding diodes, and when you activate particular pins, there's like a 0 and a 0 and a 1, then you activate certain LEDs. And so if you have a ton of LEDs, which is the case in like an RGB matrix, then that's a pretty good strategy to rein in all your control pins. I didn't do that with this, obviously. I mean, we don't even have that chip here. We just have a bunch of pins. What they ended up doing in order to get probably multiple LEDs, like if you have 5 LEDs or something, you basically activate, you provide power on one end, and then you pulse your RGB on the other one, and that'll give you a particular color of light. Although, from what I see, I mean, the activation color for this particular keyboard, these are just white, and then when it would indicate something, it would just go red and green. So I don't know if they're even putting a PWM through that. There's a second microcontroller in this thing that did all those jobs. Weird. Very strange. All right, so we got a keyboard, we got our scheme, as crazy go nuts as it is, right? It's totally fucking insane that we had to accommodate all of this weirdness in this keyboard, but ow, it works. There's a lot of little sharp points on the underside of the PCB. It's actually pretty bad. That was fairly painful, actually. But so we've almost got the keyboard working. I mean, you know, in spite of the madness of having to make a weird map for all the keys to accommodate my muxes, we got most of the keys working. Still a problem, and we haven't installed the screen yet. That's what we're gonna do once we get the key map sorted out. We'll work on the screen, and then that'll round out the hardware of this project, and we can just put new keys on this. I have new keycaps that I want to put on this thing, and we'll just hang out and do that. So I want to get all the buttons working first, though. So QMK is a set of microcontroller codes that basically cater to whatever platform you're putting it on. And that's a huge variety of keyboards and a huge variety of microcontrollers So when you first look at it, it's extremely intimidating. It is extremely, extremely intimidating. It is a set of microcontroller programmed code that can go to a variety of different microcontrollers and keyboard platforms, all just from one set of files. So when you look at the files, there's a bunch of cross-referencing to figure out what's going on. As per my, when I do a stream and I'm like, hey, let's do an Arduino day, which we're gonna do an Arduino day soon. We need to go back to basics. When we do an Arduino day, I go, oh, this is the chip that we're using. Here's where I define the chip, and then we just program all of our variables and stuff as per that chip. With QMK, it's going to be going on weirdo, crazy go nuts platforms with 10,000 different pins and pin banks, blah, 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 blah. So in QMK, when something happens, it'll say right pin high. So then you have to look at right pin high, and then right pin high will say, if it's this microcontroller, do this. If it's this microcontroller, do this. If it's this one, use this pin register. And you've got to go into the files that reference that specific microcontroller. It is layers upon layers of obfuscation. In fact, we found when it populates the number 1 into the matrix that represents what keys are pressed on that cycle of the program, because in a microcontroller you have one thread that carries out a whole bunch of different instructions, right? And those instructions might be, hey, move a bit over here, move this over there, what's the status of this? It does that one thread at a time. You can consider that one thread at a time. And so when I talk about cycles, that means the amount of time that thread takes to do everything it needs to do and come back to the code that you're trying to run repeatedly. So that thread time is a big concern when we're using muxes, because part of what that thread is doing is it's writing each column location, or it's checking each column location to see if a button's been pressed. But that giant matrix, it's all zeros, and you press a button and that one location becomes a 1. In the code, it's so obfuscated that it said matrix, like keyboard matrix writer was a variable. I'm like, what the hell is that? Keyboard matrix writer, it's like shifting the bit over and placing it into that matrix. What is it? We look at another piece of the program and it says, hey, this matrix bit writer variable, that's this, it's in this file. And we're like, oh, let's look in this other file. We look in this other file. It is defined as the number 1 in the other file. They could have just put a number 1 in the code, but instead they put the matrix writer in the, I don't get it. Is it actually waiting for the thread to finish, or is the thread disconnected? No. I'm just talking about general microcontroller stuff. That whole anecdote was a way to talk about threads to chat and maybe help them out in understanding my frustrations and what I'm talking about. But the main point of it was the obfuscation of that variable. Very weird that they would take a variable and it referenced in a file that reference to another file that defines it as a 1. It's madness. And I would understand, like, if you take that example out of context and you talk about it, it's, oh, well, what if I want my matrix to be all 1s and then a 0 is a key press? What about that, streamer? And then you'd go, all right, fine. You'd have that file and you can set and unset that behavior. But like, this is what we're dealing with QMK. So it took me a little bit to get up to speed, realizing that I am using an RP2040 and muxes. And so that thread going through has to activate each individual column, next row, each individual column, next row, each individual column. It does all that before it goes back around. One of the things that we can check on today is to see what the timing is of that loop. That's one of the things that I read about. So yeah, anyway, our hardware is almost done. I mean, I've almost got everything in here. All of our letters are pressing fine. It's this stuff on the periphery that's all discombobulated. And I think maybe it's probably the matrices that define the 1 and 0 locations that it scans for. I think I might have missed the order. I think I might have gone backwards, for instance, on this one, and maybe it thinks it's reading the other way around. That's all I can really think of. But there are some troubleshooting options that we have access to. So let's hook this thing up and see if we can do a little bit of troubleshooting. Yeah, by way of my normal streaming, it takes me like an hour and a half to explain just the project. Got a bunch of viewers. I guess Rabaz hasn't gone on yet. There's too many viewers for too little stream time. All right, so this is the original USB plugin. So if anything's wrong, it's going to happen now. Look at this keyboard. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. Yeah, we can change the software mapping. I used a tool to do the software mapping. My brain! I used this tool, the Keyboard Firmware Builder. What you do is you go to the keyboard layout editor, and then you can make basically the visual representation of your keyboard. And then you go into the code, this code here, the raw data, cut and paste that into kbfirmware.com, and this will roll out a version with the map and everything on it. So you paste it into here, and then you can do you do the wiring. But our wiring for some reason is all messed up. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I think I might have messed these up. Some of them, I think the page up, page down, home, enter, and end. I think some of these are actually genuinely mixed up. And the spacebar too, because the spacebar and up arrow apparently the same thing. Even though I have assigned them differently, we can move them individually inside of the code. The code is just a bunch of text files. It's just this here, right? But these files also have the matrices for the keyboard. So we don't have to use the online tool in order to edit what I've created. Although it would be nice for my records keeping. I'm keeping records on the... I had to go through the VODs to get my code back the one time. Oh, speaking of which, I need to free up that space on the file server. I had a cut and paste error, and I accidentally completely nuked all of my 10 gigabytes of that stream. I had to go through. We can delete that though. All right. So the paint file that we've been working from is also in this folder. So I have just my keyboard overhaul folder that I've been working out of. Rename. Actually, I'm not going to rename that to errors yet. Okay, so let's get into it, huh? We need to troubleshoot QMK. QMK is a bunch of troubleshooting options because nothing this complicated should go without having troubleshooting stuff. So QMK troubleshooting. We're dumb. We're we're unfortunately very dumb, chat. So we need to do the very dumb stuff and Google how to Google things. We need to Google QMK's main doc page and actually read it. So what I'm looking into is troubleshooting. So there's a couple here. There's, well, troubleshooting and debugging. Which one is which? Safety considerations. Please be careful. You can injure yourself using a keyboard. Wear a hard hat at all times. Keyboard map does not include reset. My second layer keyboard map does include reset, but I think the PicoPi makes you hit the button. And if it does, I guess we'll spend a little bit of time relocating the button. We'll take it off of the PicoPi. I don't like doing that much modification of the microcontroller platform itself if I'm going to be putting it in something like this, because if the microcontroller platform breaks, I don't want to have to do 5,000 mods to it in order to put another one in there. Because I got a bin that's just full of PicoPis in case I have another blowout and end up puking on my keyboard and ruining it. And then there's people like Rabaz, where he shares a picture of his keyboard, at least before he got the one that lights up, and it literally looks like the bottom of a garbage bin. And yet somehow it still works. But I have a particularly messy sneeze, and my keyboard explodes, and I have to pick shrapnel out of my face. Yeah, the reset button is in fact on another layer, so I don't know how that works. I heard you can do something with like holding down the escape key too. End key rollover, track point needs reset, special extra keys, wake from sleep. I wonder what that might be jerking off. I wonder what that guy's up to. I don't think his screen name is truthful. I think he might be jerking off, guys. I don't know. JTAG. I don't think we see. This is like not what I was looking for in troubleshooting. So apparently we're debugging. I don't know the difference between troubleshooting and debugging. I don't know the difference between these two. All right, well, that's neither. Okay, keyboard output debug information. If you have console enable equals yes in your rules.mk. By default, the output is very limited, but you can turn on debug mode to increase the amount of debug output. Yes, debug mode, make more debug go. Let make debug go. Let's do. Rules MK. I feel so dumb going over this code. This like made me feel so dumb just because it was so advanced and so sophisticated. But it turns out that in order to do our custom matrix stuff, I just had to treat it like a normal microcontroller. And so there's two functions in here, and one function calls the other function. One function basically just scans through the rows and sets them with a custom thing that I made. And then the other one, and it puts anything that changes into the row. And then the other one scans through the columns and puts a 1 or a 0 in there, and then logs to see whether or not anything has changed. That's it. That's all we had to do. But it took me forever to understand that and to code this. And I tried to space everything out so that it was nice and clear. Jumped right in and got it to work super fast. Not really. It took me a while to figure this out. It took a lot of rewrites of the code, actually. And actually nuking all my code the other day actually helped me clean up the code. The reason matrix row shifter is a define, it casts the type to the operation and prevents the compiler from complaining. And then type from overloading. That's okay. So the stuff that I read, the page that we had up, actually does cite troubles with column counts that are over 16 because it overflows the variable. So I think that might be why they, that may be why they do that in the way that you describe. Schmid is much smarter with microcontrollers. I'm trying. Let's keep it dumb today. Let's stay dumb, because if I've got a lot of viewers, it means that a lot of you are dumb. A lot of you are dumb. So we gotta keep it at that level. So when we bang two rocks together, what happened? Let's see. So we need to enable debug. Rabaz has been doing a first time playthrough again with My Summer Car, and I'm so jealous. I want to spend a week just playing My Summer Car from the beginning, because I want to do like a Moon style thing where the very first thing that I do is steal the poker machine. Like, go into town, get the extra supplies, wait for night, punch out any wanderers, steal the poker machine, and at the same time mail the thing for the socket wrench. Just speedrun that shit, just right from the start. I spent a lot of time making the livery on the car for that. But we have the big steering wheel project that I still need to it's still an open book. We need to close that project, and I need to win that rally trophy. I feel like I'm close. Groovy mentioned something to me about using because the dirt path has like divots on the side, and on some of the turns I can use that initial D style to actually get the car to track a little bit better on those turns. Loads a collection of real-world debugging examples for information debugging troubleshooting QMK. Yeah, I've just been in this place before. Higher than the moon. When porting or whatever, attempt to diagnose PCB issues can be useful to know if a key press is scanned correctly. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. To enable logging for this scenario, add the following code to your key maps. If def console enable bool process record user. If console's enabled, print the matrix. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do that. We can get a matrix location from the key presses that we're looking for. So we need to go to rules.mk, and we need to enable debugging. Hold on, wait, where do we? Console enable equals very yes. Virus equals. Yeah, there's a meme from 2003. Actually, 2001. Oh my god. Anyway, console equals very yes. Where is our code? And we need to go into, this is not rules.mk, right? No, it is, we need to go to rules.mk. This has been like, so if you're kicking around and you're just like, oh man, I've heard some stuff about these people doing their own custom keyboards. Don't cite this project as an example. Just don't cite this as an example, because this has been an absolute fucking nightmare to do. And the only reason that it is because I'm trying to take over an already pretty well established and old mechanical keyboard. More modern keyboards that like people just make, they just do like a straight up matrix set of the thing, and it's like super easy. You could just find somebody else's code and run it. But we're doing all this weird shit to QMK. We're bending it to our will, and it can be bent to our will. That's the cool part about this. Edit with Notepad++. Console enable equals yes. Yes. Save. Look at me, I'm a programmer. And then what? We're not done yet. Error. That's what that is. By default, the output's very limited. Debug the amount of debug key code in the map. Man, failure. You know, like talking to my puppy is a lot like hosting a stream. I'm doing all the same voices. I'm doing all the same voices to try to remain entertaining as I go through this. Because if you just have, I could just be a static. I could be one of these programming streamers on Twitch, and we can just look at the code like this, and I can just talk like it. I'm not doing that. That's boring to me. Or add the following code to your key map. Oh well, we didn't. Whatever. We got console enable. Dumb puppies. She's actually kind of smart. The problem is the way she's smart is smart for a dog, but not for a human. And so what if I tell her she can't, like, for instance, chew on the plants in the front yard because she's been eating our plants? So she'll chomp on a plant, and I'll be like, hey, don't do that. And I'll pull her away from it, and she'll go, okay, oh yeah, I totally know not to chew on the plant at all. I won't chew on the plant. And so she does a little loop around, and she goes right back over to the plant. I'm like, you didn't fool me. You're a dumb puppy. I know what you're doing. It's too cute. That's the problem. I'm too lenient because she's so cute. Soon he'll try to housebreak chat. That's impossible. It's been attempted before. When pooping or attempting to diagnose poop issues, it can be useful to know when a key press keymap.c. Okay, so we need keymap.c. That would be in keymaps, not that one. We're doing default, and then we edit that. See, the way these files are structured is that you have, oh god, I should probably get rid of all of these extra key maps in here that I'm like, who in their right fucking mind is going to use this many key maps that they can switch to? I had a professor that would start every lecture with a fact about a naval battle. Huh. Hold on. I gotta rein in my windows. I'm covering up chat. Oh, there's a little, oh, that's why. I forgot to drag chat over this way. You guys need to be over there because you're dumb babies. Okay, there we go. Start every lecture with a fact about naval battles, then continue to talk in a monotone voice for 3 hours straight. Oh my god. I had a friend who went to University of Pennsylvania, and his goal in life was to have a professor who would just sit in the front of the room with a pipe in his face and just mumble. And so nobody would really know like what class they were in, or like what they were supposed to do, or like, you know, any of that. Process record users, I think, is up above. Hold on. So they would have no idea what the hell was going on, or what class it was, or what was supposed to be. Post init user. Console messages are used for update the speed test results. Debug enable is equal to true. Process record users. Weird. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, you need this is why you need the screen, is to display the QMK logo. I'm hoping I can find some more advanced stuff to put on the screen, but for now, we don't really have much of a use for it. I just figured I'd add it. just because if I'm going with QMK, I'm going to put an OLED screen on something. I don't have a lot of room either, so those OLED screens are actually very small. And you guys missed it. We actually, I had this glucometer. I should have made a whole stream for this. I didn't know this would go so smoothly. But I had this glucometer that I bought a long time ago, back before I did the looping and stuff like that, all the advanced diabetes management that I have. But this glucometer was cool because it wasn't sold by like a big company. It was like a smaller company doing it. It was called One Drop. And they tried to make it look futuristic, and people who don't like have a good sense of design trying to make things look futuristic, everything was chromed. Everything was chrome. I hate chrome. I hate chrome. I hate it. It looks dumb. Some things can have shiny accents, that's fine, but like chroming everything is like, I fucking hate it. But anyway, so everything was chrome in this glucometer, but they had this really cool looking screen. And I grabbed it one of the days that we were working on the keyboard. We took it apart because I just recently found it in the storage area that we cleaned out. Took it apart, and it has the same type of screen that I have now going into the keyboard, with a couple extra parts, because it needs some other components to run it. With a couple extra parts, I could have gotten that OLED screen from the glucometer running on my keyboard, which is a weird personal touch for somebody like me. It's strange. I just thought that was really cool. All right, so we added that to keymap.c. Now we need to compile and upload this. Now, I've been working from my local drive. I have not backed this thing up recently. I will at some point, because this is the network drive. We've been working from the local C disk because the QMK flashing program doesn't work with the file server. So I got to be really cautious when I cut and paste this into the main thing. And actually, well, let me do that right now. I'm going to do that right now live on the air so that you guys can see me fuck this up so completely that that it will wipe all information. This would be motherboard debug. We'll just call it debug. I'm just going to back it up before we start debugging. So careful now. Copy. Paste. Okay, we made it out of that one, barely, by the skin of our teeth. Holy shit. Whew. I hope that was as exciting for you as it was for me, because the last time I did that, I wiped all my files. Comp Sci class in the 80s are computer org when programmers meet electronics. What? Oh, our computer org teacher pronounced resistors as registers. Oh, ugh. What about map net share to letter Z? I had that. I mean, I had that for a little bit. I guess I undid that because it yells at you when you start the computer, because I have it so that you have to log into the file server. You know, I don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. I need a modicum of security around like projects that companies have me do. But yeah, I did that in the past, and that could probably solve that problem. But either way, anyway, we're working out of the C drive. These are all from the C drive. Just double check, yes. And we have QMK already open, and since I am super dumb, I am dumb like rock, I hit up button, and it puts up the flash thing. So we're going to flash that, and then we'll put that up onto the keyboard. Put it all up in my keyboard. I guess I'm going to need... God, this is going to be really annoying to plug and unplug. We'll have to do the hardware, the reset button mod in a little bit here. Yeah, I'll just unplug this header for now. Well, when I start punching keys, I'm going to want it to be... Yeah, I guess I'll use the USB-C thing. I will use that. I mean, what you should be using is GitHub. That's what you really should be using. Excuse me, sorry about coughing. I should usually mute that. I should be using GitHub, but I'm too mega dumb to figure out GitHub yet. I have too much dumb in my body. Too much dumb, too little body. And I'm a big boy. Local GitLab on the NAS. What the hell? How advanced is that? I think plugging and unplugging this plug is going to be a very annoying. This is going to be a very annoying. Because I need to hold down this button and plug it in at the same time. Yeah, we'll just do it the way we were doing it then. This connector is going to kill me. Ow. Yeah, that's not going to work. We'll just use the plug on the back. It's still compiling. Is this the part where you need the fire extinguisher? No, that was yesterday. That was yesterday. We got past the fire extinguisher point in the project. This tape is coming off. It's really annoying me. There's like a wire dangling on the side of the board. We'll fix that in a minute. We want to work on our key map first. There he goes, compiling. Godspeed. Oh man, we were over 100 for like a millisecond. That was nice. They all left. They were like, what is this fucking guy doing? What is this shit? This is shit. I'm out of here. I'm out and go get some glizzies by the park. This takes forever to freaking compile. It's like 1 billion files. I mean, I guess I could give it more jobs and it'll go a little faster, but disable the numbers. You know, that's what I normally do. And it's a faux pas to talk about them on stream. I don't know if more threads is going to speed up this part of it. I don't know, though. I don't know nothing about nothing. I ain't seen nobody enter or leave this place, officer. Am I being detained? Oh my god, hurry up. I have all day, but I don't want to spend it doing this. We're going to have to make like a lot of little changes, too. That's the problem. We'll log where these keys actually are on the matrix, and then we'll see what happened. I'm going to guess that it's just going to be a reverse transpose. I wish there was actually like a transpose matrix that I could apply to the matrix, too. Because then I could have the original, and then I could have a transpose. That would be so stupid and complicated. I did that with an LED project once. I had a matrix that represented like an animation that would be iterated through by the RGBs, but I had to generate that matrix, and so I stored that in static memory, and that saved computation time, and so I could have, you know, a 60 FPS animation on an LED headgear. Yeah. This guy loves matrices, so we put a matrix in his matrix. Okay, so press the button. Plug it in. I'm going to have to do that button relocator, aren't I? And bada bing, your glizzy is in the station. We're now a keyboard that has console prints. Where the hell do I even pick up on the console? Do I need to do, putty? I hit the P key and nothing happened. What happened? Stored in the balls. Poop. All right, I can type poop. Project over. All right, so now we need to open up a console, and I could do Arduino. I could get the QMK tools. I think I've already got the tools in the folder with QMK. So, or I could open up putty, I guess. Open the folder. PC health check. Oh no, this is the wrong. God damn it. Fine. Open the file location. There we go. That was the dumbest way that I've ever navigated Windows before. Wait, what the fuck is... I guess console emulator, huh? I don't think any of these will do it. Okay, so, I mean, I can do putty. But I don't really know. I don't know what's plugged in. Let's see what Arduino says is plugged in. Let's just for shits and giggles. And then I'll have to download the QMK tools, probably. I don't know. If I can get a console in Arduino, I'm happy with that. But I don't know if it does a serial port emulator. Port. Now we've only got the fart box. Okay, so it needs its own thing. Matrices versus matrices. Wait, weren't you in chat complaining about that yesterday? I did not understand what that was about, but I do now. All right, so let's go into the Weber-Citer and see what it's telling me to do. What do I need? QMP, preferred terminal-based solution, CLI console command can be used to display. CLI console. Command line interface console, but what am I... Can I do that from here? Is that what they're talking about? Oh, there it is. P. Ah! Oh my god. What the hell was that? I think I hit the O key. 13. 12. C. F. Number 1. Okay, so, yeah, we got the matrix going on here, huh? So it's in binary, and we've got our 8 rows and our 16 columns. So in a 16-bit number, it's 0 through F. So that's the status of everything. We can see the key press and the key release. And then we've got a report down here. This is very, very useful. Okay, so let us reconcile that with this. Dun, dun, dun. So the P key, which is stored in the balls. I'm gonna make that joke, and it'll eventually be funny. Just keep making the joke, father. It'll eventually come back around. It'll flip the dial. Oh no, there's a pin on the dial. I'll never circle the dial. 4-4. 4-4 is the P key. I hit the P key, and we get column 4, row 4. How about that? That's almost as reliable as using the same joke over and over and over again until everybody hates you. Okay, so that is helping. Now for the error keys. Now where everything goes wrong. FGS. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, so... Celia, have you looked in the pets channel lately? I am dying literally every day from that frickin' puppy being so cute. All right, so I'm bragging about my own puppy. We had trouble with the shift keys, so let's see where shift L is, the left shift key. It should be on 5-3. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be on like 5-0, but let's hit left shift and see what happens. Why did it, huh? Nothing. Oh, there it is. Ah, ha, ha, ha. You motherfucker. I got you. I got you. It is what I thought it was. It's swapped. I swapped the numbers for the registers on that one. So this is actually in the wrong location. We can correct it. How should I make note of this? Well, we can zoom out and I can destroy my beautiful clean document with more pixels than Windows really wants to ever have to deal with. Puppy has eyes that say I've done nothing wrong. Yeah, she really does. Yeah, MS Paint is starting to hate me for having so many pixels in this thing. Yeah, that is very true about this puppy. I'm gonna guess that if I hit the end key, that is going to activate on 0, 0. So the end key is the upper left-hand corner of the matrix. And so I hit end. Huh? What? Nothing happened. Did that actually activate? Nope. I'm gonna hit end again. Okay, so there's something wrong with the end key. So end is dead. I have to check wires for that, I guess. The stream ends, yeah. It just, OBS just shuts down. Home key. Home key. You always kiss the home key goodnight. Well, oh, no, I hit a button. Hold on, that was a control. Home key is in that row. So there's something wrong with the end key specifically. That one is so row 3 is transposed to row 0. So I'm guessing that the right-hand shift is going to be on 5. Sorry, right-hand shift is going to be 6, 0. There it is. 6, 0. Okay. So let's check. Well, the left arrow key is the last one. We'll just check to see that it works. Yeah, okay, cool. So that works. So that's what I have to flip in the code. I'm not going to flip that physically, obviously. Let's check insert. Insert thinks that it is on row 2. So insert thinks that it's here. This is going to get very confusing. 3 equals 0, and then 1 equals 2. It's just going to be a couple transposes that I need to do here, and it looks like it's just going to be column flips that'll fix it. Oh, that was almost a copywritten advertisement song. I got to be careful about my random brain farting that I do. Right arrow key is on 2. That's what we just pressed. So we'll check. The only other button there is insert. Wow. Insert and arrow key get their own thing. There it is. Insert is on 2. Okay. Okay. So that both entries in that entire row. Jeez. I almost called the copyright police, or no joke. They'll run you over with their copyright police car. The Windows keys are going to pop up Windows. I think I can check page up and page down, though. Page up. Hold on. Page up. There it is. Page up is on 1. So that likely means that 2 is equal to 1. So yeah, I just flipped the order around. That's all it was. That's what created all that chaos. It's weird that... Let's check spacebar real quick. Huh? Oh, there. Column 3, row 7. Which, if I do the 0 is equal to 3, I guess. So it's basically just the reverse order. That's all it was. I took the number going up or down here. I just did it the wrong way. Yeah, it's... I'm going to flip the key map. Okay. Listen, this is a typing thing. I'm not breaking math. The type of variable that I'm looking at here is column number. So in context, it makes perfect sense. You want me to do like an identity matrix and actually do like here, this is actually, instead of 3 is equal to 0. So it would be, what would it be? It would be what is this, like a 2 by, it's a 3, it's a 4 by 4 matrix, and so it'll be 0. This one would be 0, so 0, and then 1 there, and then that's a 0, and then row 1 is this. Oh wait, no, that would actually be, that's wrong. Fuck it, I'm not gonna. I mean, what it is a reverse identity matrix, actually. So it would look like this: 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, and then that would be multiplied by this bullshit, and then yeah. Anyway, whatever. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, yeah, because the P key works. All these other keys, every other key, all this shit works just fine, is my understanding. If we hit the enter key, we should see 3, 6. Yeah, 3, 6. 3, 6. Enter key. Yeah, so everything else works. It's just literally just 0, 1, 2, and 3. And so my theory as to what happened is, I think I just mixed them up. It doesn't look like it's as per the muxes. It's just as per the. Okay, so we can just remap this. We can just remap these, and I'll change my drawing later. I think that's it. I think after that, it's a functional keyboard. Another thing to test. Well, let's finish. Let's get the key map fixed first. So it's I'm just gonna take this block. I'll just put that like there. I don't need all this. Cool. Well, oh wait, but there was still one key was giving us a problem, and that is page down. That works. Page up. That works. Home works. End doesn't do anything. Delete does stuff, and then insert does stuff. Pause, that works. I think those are fine because those aren't part of that area. Print screen, I'm not getting any confirmation of. And then scroll lock, I'm also not getting any confirmation of. Where are those located? So end, column 17. Well, that's pin 17. So pin 17 corresponds to 44, 17. Oh, okay, one of the misplaced ones. So end and home. What about scroll lock? That's on a different one. Or was that one? Which one was giving me trouble? 17. Home and end. Home, end, and then the shift keys are on there and they work. So there might just be a problem with the key itself. My end key might be having problems. What if I press it a whole bunch? I'm gonna just keep pressing it until it works. Or maybe something is hitting up against it and rendering it ineffective. But home and end are both not doing anything. It could be a result of it being console, because if I hit shift, right shift, left shift, oh no, they're not doing anything either. What's going on here? Why are my shift keys not working? Control? Oh, none of the keys are working. Hold on a minute. Why is nothing working here? What? What happened? Hello? Yeah, nothing's doing. Test the keyboard itself. Keyboard's still typing. A console froze or something. Yeah, console's like, I'm gonna control C it, I guess. It's not control C'ing. What the hell happened? Hey, come back to me. All right. Yeah, close the console. Open it up again. QMK has been running for like a week, so No, no, it's not. I typed in a different window and it typed just fine. Everything typed just fine. Oh, it didn't even, it doesn't know my QMK console. Console connected. There's right shift. Okay. Yeah, so home and end. Home key. Oh, home key works. End key works. Oh, never mind. Those work. Page up, page down. This one, that one. This one again. Print screen. Oh, print screen does work. What was that one? That one was scroll lock and then pause. Okay, yeah, I think everything. Oh, what happened there? Look, it didn't even get the end of the console. Oh boy. Oh, and then it froze again. All right, QMK, keep your secrets. All right, so I don't know. It's whatever. The console froze. What's the hardware? This is a code 10 keyless, and we're putting QMK on it. I've done a bunch of actual physical soldering in order to get it work on a Pico Pi. It's an RP2040. So, all right, it's just the 0, 1, 2, 3 transpose, but the problem is doing that is going to be an absolute beast, because if I go into the key map and then the default and edit this file, actually, this isn't where you do that, right? Page down, end 0. Oh boy. Yeah, instead of doing that, instead of editing it there, what I'll do is go into the editor and do that. So if I go into the editor, and I guess we still got it open from like 2 days ago. Well, there's a way that we can import it if we need to, but I just need to go into, I mean, man, it would be so much easier if I could just like transpose them in as like one variable, but 10 keyless something something. Code 10 keyless. The company's called Code. Okay, so 8 and 16, we've got everything planned out here. All I need to do is I can just point out the keys that have changed, I guess, and do that there, and then I can export the firmware, and then we can take those maps from that export, and we can populate them into the right spots. It's probably easier to do if I just go into the files, but going into the files is weird and annoying. So all we need to do is take these keys and reassign them. Literally just all of the ones that are on screen here. Okay. I'll just cover chat. I don't need to see them. They're a bunch of whiny babies. Delete, down, and space. So space is now on column 3. Delete, which one is delete? I wish it told you what key you were clicking on. Delete is moving from 0 to 3. And then, what was the other one? Down arrow. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next, insert, right arrow are going to, where are they going again? Those go to 2. So insert and right arrow go to 2. Which key is insert again? Insert is the one above delete, you dumb fuck. This one goes to 2, and then the other one was right arrow. Right arrow? Right arrow. Goes to 2. Then page down, page up. Page down goes to 2. Page up goes to 2, right? Oh no, wait, it was 3 to 0. Uh-oh. Oh, I've already messed up. I've already messed everything up. It's all screwed up. 3 is equal to 0. 1 is equal to 2. Let me just do this for my own sanity. I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb, chat. You should know this. Oh my god, that's even more confusing. I know it's like half off the page right now, but I got no choice. Page up, page down should be the two rightmost keys. The mid column is home. Listen, I got pictures upon pictures here that I can reference. Pictures upon pictures here that I can reference. So row 0 we made into row 3. Row 1 we made into row 2. We needed to turn 2 into 1. That would be page down, page up, L and R. Page down, page up. On the outside, around the outside. We need to turn that into, what number do we need to turn that into? 2, 1 is equal to 2, 2 is equal to 1. Cats and dogs living together. 2 is equal to 1. And then we need to make the 3's into 0, but first page down, page up, and then we assigned the 2 windows to this one. So the 2 Windows keys, which are one in, and then the other one is menu, right? Menu and then function. So it'd be this one becomes 1, and then this one becomes 1, and then the 3's become 0's. End home, left arrow. End home. End home. Left arrow, right, left arrow, left, right arrow, right, left, left, right arrow, right, left arrow, left arrow. 210. It's like having an interface like this is actually pretty helpful. Up arrow and then the 2 shifts. Up arrow, shift, and other shift. Okay, so there's that. Presumably, if I go into the key map, up, down, right, home, insert, all these are assigned properly. Don't care about macros. I don't even know what the fuck quantum is. We're not even using it. Settings, don't care. But no errors or warnings is what we're looking for. That's good. That means that nothing is overlapping. And so now I can download the zip file for the whole thing. Did you reverse home and end? I think I got it right now. I think it's correct. Hold on, let me just check. I'll check that over while we still have this thing all up here. Look at how clean that wire map is. I'm sure you could visually clean this up, probably. I don't know. Just by transposing stuff. Pins, no, wiring. And then we want home and end. Home is row 1. I wasn't the one who mapped this out, so I wasn't the one who did the... Yeah, home is row 1. They're not reversed. They're in the right order. Yeah, that's home. And then end is 0, 0. End is now the entire upper... It's the upper left-hand key. So actually, if I had that capability in the RP2040, that could be the key that I hold down when you plug it in. That's not the case, though. I think we need physical access to the button, to the reset button. I don't know what frequency is set by QMK, but according to the datasheet, RP2040 can run at 133 megahertz. Our project's setting the CPU at 250? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think I need that. Keyboard gerrymandering. Yeah, like the Dragon District of Philadelphia. The one that weaves its way through the suburbs in possibly the most convoluted districting that you've ever seen. So yeah, what we downloaded is correct. I don't know why I need 250 freaking megahertz in a in a keyboard, but holy shit. Yeah, my keyboard is faster than your computer. What are you running, a Celeron? Okay, so keymap.c, edit in Notepad++, and now we go to the download folder. Open that up, go to downloads. I'm just gonna extract it right here. And we go in here and we pull out the stuff that we need. So I want keyboards, KB, key maps, default keymap.c, and I'm going to take all of this shit, all of this, give me all of this, all of this all the way down to here, and I don't care about anything else in this file. Go to my key map. I left the diagram up top, even though it's kind of wrong. It's not really the right diagram. It just looked nice. I kept it. Paste. There is our key map, but we're not done yet. So I'm going to hit save on that. Close both files so I don't screw anything up. And then the next one, the next location that I need, what do I need? I need my board.h file. And that one contains a different map. So the keyboard.h file in the downloaded folder, folder thing, that is in kb.h. There it is. This is our different key map. And you can see that the upper left-hand corner is actually defined. So in my board, see how it's not defined there. So I'm going to take, what did I copy the, let's take this. I don't need the endif statement on there. We didn't program it that way. Save that. That's the new key map. Close, close. Now look at the board. I don't think I'm doing anything with board.c program. No, it doesn't do anything. I mean, debug enable, debug matrix, debug mouse. All right, burp. And then I think that's all we need. I think that's all we need out of that other file. And that should redefine our key map. So now all my keys will press properly. There's not a third location that I need, right? Never follow a burner to a third location. Audio enable equals very no. Do we keep debug on or should I disable debug? I probably should not have debug on. We don't need it anymore. If everything works. You couldn't pay me enough to make a keyboard make sounds. There's no way in hell that I would let it. I did this not too long ago when I built my own dactyl manuform. That's cool. Look at me, I can type stuff on a keyboard. I got a cool keyboard. I spent $500 on my keyboard. Yeah, I don't know. That's not really me. We did this for the project. Console enable. No. No. Save. I think that's probably good, right? Probably. We don't have any code, I think, in here to write the backlight to the EEPROM. Or maybe it's already in there. I don't know. I need to figure out how to get to the next layer of the circuit board so that I can check the if the backlighting works at all. It's not on permanently, at least. Notes for later. Right. Let us compile until the end of time. -J. Keep in mind, I'm also streaming, so I don't know what... Oh, error argument, expected 1 argument. Give it like 4, 6, 8. How many jobs should I give it? 6 jobs? Is that gonna blow up my computer? I'm gonna give it 6 jobs. It's not faster. This is just as slow. This is just as slow. I want to be working with my hands. I don't want to do this programming bullshit. We gotta install the screen and make sure that I can remove the front bevel. How many cores does your CPU have? Oh, yeah, it's affecting streaming, isn't it? Hey, I shouldn't have given it 6 jobs, huh? Oh boy. Maybe like 2 jobs would have been good. I gave it 6. I don't have a Threadripper. I can't give it 75 jobs. On the other computer, I guess I could. I've got the 5950. That is a couple. Yeah, it's hitting this process. So I don't know if you guys are seeing it or not, because this machine is doing all of the encoding for streaming and stuff. So I'm getting like a 1990s music video. You're seeing the same thing? I'm down here in streamer prison. Let me out. Well, at least we know it's working. It's doing stuff, at least. Please make my keyboard do thing. Keyboard, please. Please to be doing thing. Yeah, how many frames is it reporting dropped? Let's see here. Where's my mouse? Yoink. 0. It's not dropped any frames. What are you talking about? Of course we haven't. Of course we haven't. Keyboard. Feature boot magic. Feature extra key. Feature console. Feature command. Seems perfectly watchable. I am closing the stream. I can't watch this. He has a slight frame issue due to using all of the cores of his computer at once. This is excruciating. It'll eventually hop to and do some stuff, but boy, it'd be nice to see like a couple, like something. Oh, there's something. Oh God, I don't know what kind of featuring I need to do with this keyboard when I'm done. There's gonna be all kinds of like weird shit that I can make the keyboard do. Yeah, no matter how many jobs I give it, it's just the same speed. This didn't speed it up at all. All this did was make stream look weird. And I already look weird enough for stream. I don't need anything extra. I don't know how I can do the button thing. I guess I could use the pins as standoffs, but I don't know. I think the button is located... Oh, no! K713? Oh, this again. That's right, the thing redoes... Oh, that's right. It has to be the quantum boot command, because the thing is like updated since then. So it needs to be QK underscore boot, if I remember correctly. QMK key codes. It's like quantum boot. Oh yeah, and I didn't assign the right the backlighting keys. I need to do that real quick. Where's QK? They didn't like mention. I wish the error code would mention that this is actually like changed to QK underscore boot. Where the fuck? Control F QK underscore. It's not. Yeah, QK bootloader mode. I don't even know if the RP2040 can do that. And this is in Emap, default, edit. Oops. Edit with Notepad++. And reset is down here. Oh yeah, there's the backlighting commands. Good. And that's now QK boot. Save. Yeah. we don't have to run that many thread jobs at once now. That's all we got. All right, so that should be ready to go. There's absolutely nothing else I need to do. And then we'll work on the screen. K713, yeah. I don't know why it's called that. Row 7, column 13. That's why it's called that. Well, I actually got to that a lot faster. Why did it get to that so fast? Maybe because I didn't edit any of the files. Probably because I didn't mess with the configuration file. Beep, bop, beep. Here we go. Oh, God, it's still really slow. This is still really slow. Yeah, it depends on which files you change. So that's it. Yeah, because we only edited one file, and it was able to do everything much easier. It already did a lot of the work. Are we doing a game stream tomorrow? Depends on my schedule. If I end up having to dog sit, the dog is not quite in an area where I can bring it down here. I had it down here for the beginning of last stream. If you guys feel like opening another window and looking at that video on demand, you can see the corgi puppy down here. I brought her whole bed down. I think it's too much bed for her in puppy jail, but she's just not like used to being down here and me screaming at the furniture, which is essentially what streaming is. So, depending on what the schedule's doing, there should be people around that can watch her. So I could potentially do a game stream. What game? I don't know. I really want to play My Summer Car. I haven't had time to play that personally. If I do My Summer Car, that means that I have to get the steering wheel and everything in here, hooked up, ready to go. There's a lot of setup. I could neglect that and do a different game. I really would like to do a stream tomorrow. We'll just have to play it by ear and see what's going on. No promises explicitly about whether or not I'll be doing anything. And there's some other like stupid games that I really want to get to. SnowRunner with a controller this time. It's like the only game that's listed under my stream. I'd really like to get another game listed under there because it's been a little while since I've actually done anything. So if I were to type something into chat and I want to not use caps lock, if I say caps, it's not typing. It's not typing anything. What the fuck? Okay, all right. You're gonna be like that? Caps. Typey, typey, type. Typing, typing, typing. Typing, typing, typing. Backspace. No, nothing's doing. Test. Nope. Okay. Why? I mean, the code loaded up. Maybe I'll just unplug it and plug it back in. The curse of this keyboard is that it'll never function. Test. Testing. Testicle. Testes. Test in all caps. Hey, look at that. Alt F4. Huh? Alt escape? Alt escape. All right. I think I have a functional keyboard. How do you change layers in... Oh, we had... Wait. Oh, Alt escape just put it out of focus. QMK... Change layers. I have multiple keyboards connected to the same computer. This is weird. If I hit... does function do it? Nah, function doesn't do it. Layer. How do you change... Or no, key map. QMK change key map command. I want to know what the default is. Because I want to go to the next layer and see if the backlight works. Could be under my house doing electrical work. Oh my god. Under your house. See, we don't have that here in the Northeast. Like in Breaking Bad, when he goes and hides the money under his house, we don't have that. We have basements in the Northeast. Key map your language. How do you get to it? Yeah, it's like a crawl space. What? What do I need to hit to get to the next key map? Yeah, key code. Key codes. No, that's the codes for the keys. Key code cheat sheet. I don't think that's right. Yeah, no, that's just the name. Quantum key codes. Reset, debug, Casey, no, etc., etc. I don't think I set up a key to change layers with. I don't think I did. What do I need to do to do that? Because I think I'm just stuck in this key map, and I really want to test to see whether or not, yeah, we're still in. If I hit function and then the key, I don't think that's turning on and off backlight. Yeah, no, it's not. Because I've got them in key map number 1. I just need to. Is it in the cheat sheet? Locking keys. Oh yeah, I didn't test caps lock yet. So if I hit caps lock, yep, that works. Cool. And scroll lock, I'll never know whether or not it's actually enabled because it doesn't enable the LED in any way, shape, or form. The LED does not tell me what's going on. I need to program that. Hey, Copper, how's it going? I'm wondering what keys will take me to my special functions. That's not an RGB thing. Layer switching. Oh, so I need to map a toggle? DF underscore layer or MO layer. What? Okay, so I need to, I don't even know where's my OBS. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. Sorry, I'm on a browser window in the other window. Let me do let me go back to up here and I'll open up this window. DF sets MO is momentary. Ah, so I need to make the function key momentarily go to the layer. I see. Okay, all right. So this makes sense. Is that in the key map? So the key that I'm interested in is function. What do I have that set as? Because yeah, I don't need function to do. It should be, but I set mine as a define. Oh, so you're doing, where would you set that? Not in this file. Or would you do define and then blah, blah, blah. So it'd be define. What is function even called? Menu, backspace. No, okay, let me just find it in the keyboard configure. Left, wait, LGUI, what the hell even is that? KCLGUI. Left Windows command meta key. So we could just turn that into our own thing. Oh, did I, wait, which function? Because I got a menu key and then I have a function key. So this would be the menu. Oh, so this one actually needs to be, so LGUI needs to be menu. And then this one needs to be, like, MO. And what do I do? Do I do, like, layer 1? Because this is key map. It doesn't say layer 1. This would be 0. This would be 1. And then the left GUI. Define your layers with names. Huh. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this because there's just like a little mix-up of where the keys actually are. I wonder if I'm actually putting the right key in the right spot. Oh, I'm not. Well, no, menu would be the Windows key, yeah, and then function's function. Yeah, so that's the way it is. Okay, hold on. Well, I just got one audio monitor up on the screen. All right, so before I get too confused, I'm gonna hurt myself if I keep doing this. KC menu is going to, instead of being menu, well, I guess it could still be menu because it's not called, it doesn't have a Windows logo on it for these keycaps. I don't know, what keycaps are we swapping to? Let me just check to see what this thing is. If it's going to be a Windows key or if it's going to be a menu. I got my new keycaps here, the ones that I think will look really cool. And they'll light up better, too. Oh, it's got a picture of a menu. It's weird that code flipped those two buttons. The function key is over from where it should be. So yeah, it's the Windows is there, and then the one on the right is a menu. I got a menu logo on that. So I'll keep that as menu. I'll keep that as menu. It's just that the function key needs to turn into the menu key. And so, according to what I had before, left GUI needs to become menu, LGUI. And then this one needs to be momentary something or other, and I'll put that in there. And then this one should turn into KC menu. If we can find where the GUI is, where is that? GUI. Delete minus, I don't... GUI, where are you? Oh. Why do I have two LGUIs? Which one? Oh no, which one is it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I know, one's on the left and one's on the right, but now they're both left. I'll make a guess here. Wait, why are both of my shifts left? Oh, son of a bitch. I guess I gotta run the key mapper again. Well, we'll just output it from here. So why are they both left? This one is R shift. Some keyboards, I guess, can't differentiate between them, but left alt, this one's R alt. This is not left control, this is R control. Make the Konami code. And then menu is here. Menu. Menu? Huh. Power, sleep, wake, play, stop, previous, home, page down, up, right, pause, keypad, lighting, other. Huh. Left GUI is an other? Why? And there's no R GUI? Well, I guess there isn't one, yeah. I could send you my key map file. It's not going to help at all. Oh, maybe a little. Yeah, so we're going to turn menu into function momentary layer 1. Ah, that's nice and easy in this tool. Left GUI now should become menu. That's, yeah, it would probably help to see how things are set up. Menu. Where the fuck is the menu key? Oh yeah, and then reset needs to, we'll look at reset in just a minute here. Left down, up right. Where the fuck? Am I dumb? Am I dumb? Is that what it is? Is it that I'm dumb? Enter, escape, backspace, tab, space, cab, zav, shift, out, blah, 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 blah. Trains, number, reset. Where the, what the poop? It's just all caps menu, right? Or no, it's KC. What else? KC menu in this. It's weird that it doesn't have it, and yet it's assigned right. It was assigned before. Yeah, just I think I'm just dumb. I think I'm just not finding it. No, not that. Menu. Nubs? No. Enter, escape, backspace. I'm reading it and I'm not seeing it. Secondary keys. Is it hiding up here? No. F24. I'll just make it the F24 button. The push to talk button, right? I actually got scoliosis when I was in high school because we would carry our bags with us everywhere. And so I would end up doing what is ostensibly like a squat and like a shoulder hoist to pick up the backpack with one strap on. And they were all of my school textbooks. So like half of my body was like buff, and then the other half was like a noodle. So I ended up, yeah, my back like tweaked as a result. Ended up just, you know, using my left hand periodically, and that solved it. Why don't I see menu on this? Why am I dumb? Like, shouldn't the thing that was assigned there be selectable? Yeah, I looked through function, unless it's like meh. Other is just where it's storing the previous ones. It's just weird that it's not. It was a function here, but it like MO1 other. Yeah, no, that's just where it stores the. Yeah, I know. I can't really search through these. Maybe I can. Yeah, it's searchable, so nothing. I'm just checking to see if I'm crazy, chat. App could be menu or question mark. Yeah, maybe it has like an alias. Here's the key codes. Menu. Oh, app? That's not right, is it? Application Windows context menu key. KC app. Menu. KC menu. And there's no alias on it. So it's either KC app, which I don't think is correct. Application Windows context menu key. Is that what I want? KC application. What does that do? Oh, that's Windows and Linus, and then Apple. Oh, that's only Linus. Okay, so I guess I want the other one. I want KC app. Well, that clears that up. Oops. Come back. Come on. I'm alive. I'm dead. Okay, KC app. Where's that one? Which key is that one? Oh, it's not that. Function. No, those have like specific modifiers, I think. Right, alt, left click, blah, 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 blah. At least I can, hey, I can make my, my caps lock button do something else. Huh? Yeah, I don't even know what that, I don't ever use it. App, there it is. That was, God, that sucked. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah, I can reassign caps lock to be something else. I can make it like F24, and then I can make F24 into my push to talk button, for instance. So that'll be kind of cool. It'll be nice to finally get rid of caps lock on a keyboard, you know? Then again, I have got the whole mixer hooked up, so I don't know. Anyway, so that's that. Let's get the file. Of course, we need reset to be quantum whatever. Layout number 1. UMK firmware. keyboards, KB, key maps, default, edit. And we don't have to do the other, we don't have to grab the other map. We just want this one. I'll grab all of them, even though I know they haven't changed. And then we have, do we have a, that's for the LED. They have some weird ass USB. They have a weird way of handling the USB thing. But then what about, what happens in the key? I type in caps lock and unshift when I want to capital it off. Type with caps lock always enabled. Reset. How does it momentarily go to layer 0? Oh, no. Oh, that's on this one, yeah. Is that, wait, is that, I didn't type that. Oh, neat. Okay, so it did it the exact same way that I was going to do it. The auto online tool. It's just that we fixed the left and the right alts and shifts, which is nice. So now that works. Is that everything that I wanted to do? I think so. Save that, and now we can just poop that into the keyboard. Oh, wait. We need to open the one that's in C users, not in layout 1. We want the key map here, and instead of reset, we want QC boot. That's down here. QC underscore boot. No, QK boot. Jeez. QK boot. Is there another? Wait, why did it? Is there another one in here? No. Okay. Just had to be sure. EVGA just broke up with NVIDIA. Oh. Not to mention the fact that cards are super cheap all of a sudden. These cards that are becoming available have led hard lives, but it hasn't been for a very long time. You get like a card that's like a couple years old that's been running constant duty for those couple years. You know, there's a lot of opportunities out there all of a sudden. Guess we'll see less GPU fires. Hey, I want an EVGA AMD card. That'd be awesome. Went from 300% gain on NVIDIA to 60% in a few months. Ew. Okay. Delete all of that. Do one of these. Hit enter. I'll unplug the keyboard. Things are looking good. I cannot believe that our scanning column and row system is working out. And I guess, you know, that's kind of the way that keyboards have worked for a long time in order to get all of those rows and the columns registered. I thought it was going to be slow. It turns out it's kind of not. I mean, maybe it is slow, but it doesn't matter. No! No macro name given. Whoops. Include keyboard.h is in there too. Oops. There's some stuff left over in the file, huh? Whoops. We don't want that. We don't want this. There. I had a couple lines in there that shouldn't have been. Oh, I see what I did. I can get rid of that. There we go. There's a QK make key code. Oh, that's kind of neat. So I could hit the like function Q, and it would do this. I don't think my environment's exactly set up for that. Whoopsie-daisy. Wait, did I add the right file? Emap.c. C users, firmware, botherbboard, keymaps, keymap.c. Control S. Why are you yelling at me? Oh, no, you're compiling. Never mind, sorry. Looking at the old error. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll take a look. Oh, we're flashing it already. Ah, ah. All right, hold down the button, plug it in. Bada bing. There we go. All right, so now, hopefully, go over to this camera. When I hit function 12, 11, 12. Oh, yeah, they're turning on. They are just very weak. Function. Oh, yeah, that's working. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're just not incredibly bright. The frequency is a lot higher, so they look more consistent, actually. Looking good, buddy. Yeah. Yes. Very good. See, I replaced all the LEDs with orange LEDs in this keyboard, but yeah, these are the original code 10 keyless controls, is to hit function, and then F12 steps you through, or sorry, F12 is on off, and this one steps you through the brightnesses. Hey, my keyboard is alive again. Why is the right arrow a different color? It's just getting better light, I think. It might be cleaner. It does look kind of yellow, doesn't it? That's just how it is. All right, so let's button it up and see if it doesn't explode. I would like to get the screen on here, but I also just want to replace all the keys while we're at it. Let's do the screen now. Now, how am I going to do this? Well, actually, if we're stepping through hardware, that's what we need to do. Ah, God, that fucking... I'm going to cut myself doing that into pieces. Ah, I changed scenes. Ah, I'm not supposed to be on camera. Don't look at me. Accidentally clicking the mouse by moving stuff around. Yeah, like those reset buttons are going to be kind of important, aren't they? I need to figure out... I don't know if the chip allows you to go into flash mode without using the reset button that's on the back of this thing. Yeah, look away. You're not allowed to look at me. Ha! Ah! I wish I would have put a screen on the keyboard. It's like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I extensively use different layers, it would be important to do, but I don't know. We're going to have to take all the keys off and clean this thing at some point. And then I got to figure out how to get these LEDs to actually do anything. I was really hoping that I could go to the posted to cable porn. It's, I don't know, there's some stuff that's wrong in here. When we verify that all the hardware works, which I think we kind of have done, I need to run a couple beads of ultraviolet glue in order to tie down parts of the wiring harness. So like right there, I would run a bead, probably do one up here to flatten this out, maybe do one like right here to kind of hold this there. But if I ever have to mess with the key itself, I need it to be able to move out of the way. But yeah, going all the way up to the edge of the board too was not advisable, because this is where the PCB is what gets held by the plastic clips. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to control these two. I mean, I could just use the cycle time to toggle a Boolean, and then the Boolean can just define which one of these is being controlled on that loop. Maybe that's the way that I can do it, and hopefully they aren't too obnoxious. Because I'll have the screen here. Now I got a couple options for mounting the screen, but before we do that, I think we need to vet out the hardware in the form that it's going to be in when I run the keyboard. So I want to plug this in and then just make sure that everything still functions on the keyboard, because I haven't used this USB plug yet. That's the only reason that I want to do this. Try to hold this without it coming apart. There's still gross stuff in the plug. I should probably clean that out. Oh, okay, that lights up. On and off. Cool. All right, looking a little bit more like a keyboard. So our next challenge, figure out where the hell the screen is going. I could just start using this again as a keyboard now. But QMK lets us do cool stuff. So we can incorporate a little tiny screen like this. This one still has the protective stuff on it, and it's going to stay on until I'm very, very confident. Oh yeah, I didn't plug the thermal cam back in. Hold on, I can fix that. Oop. And then thermals. That's where I'm putting it. You don't need to tell me where to put it. There it is. Thermally, obviously, not a lot going on this keyboard. I didn't clip this down yet. So the question is, do I attempt to make a square cutout in the plastic? I could also do vertical screen, but I don't think that would mesh very well. Spacebar. I mean, yeah, I could do spacebar, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. No, there's no way. Not with a balance bar set up and everything. This is pretty much the only option on this keyboard. Too tall for that. Unless I actually like install it on the outside, I could have it like this as a vertical thing, and it would just stick on the outside of the keyboard. Nah, that's not Crescent Fresh. Now I could put it here, but then when I pop off the front, I would have to make sure to unplug it. Or I could do a square cutout in the plastic, and then this would mount underneath. I'd have to figure out what that height is going to be. I do kind of want it to be under the bevel, though. To be under this. The problem with doing that is, first off, I always screw it up. But secondly, I don't know. Cutting a square in a piece of plastic is a lot harder than it should be. What series of screen is this? Because we can get dimensions for the screen, and I can see if I can figure out a way to very carefully cut a square hole so that we can have the screen be under there. I'm gonna hit F1 in OBS. Okay, nothing happened. I know I'm Crescent Fresh. How's the thermals under the hood? Ah, not that hot at all. Nothing's really heating up. Good. Wait, that's my hand. Okay, yeah. Screen mounted to PCB. I can't do that. This is not a place where I can drill holes. This is where the processor is. But I can double-sided tape it on this side and run the wires around the corner there. I guess we'll do that. So what is this screen again? Hold on. Blech. So this is I don't know, it's like QMK OLED. There's the driver, there's the one thing, here's another one. That's a Reddit. I'm just looking for SSD 1306. This is like a fairly common OLED screen, and it's interesting that a freaking glucometer that I took apart had this screen, and we would have been able to take it over. So 1306, fairly common. This is, what the fuck? Ooh. It's just the driver, I guess. I don't think this is the right document. This is not the physical screen. This is this is something different. Yeah, it's much bigger. That's a different one. .1306 library. Data sheet for DF Robot. Maybe that's the one. It's probably going to be that square one, though. 128 by 64, yeah. What are we, 128 by 32, I think? Or no, 128 by I don't remember. 32, yeah. Oops, 128x32 is what I should have typed. Maker focus, that's an fucking Google's so useless these days. It really ticks me off. I don't want to buy one. I want the data sheet. What do you got? Maybe Proto Supplies is kind enough to list the dimension. No, they aren't. All right, where's the data sheet? Buydisplay.com. Okay, all right, get the hell out of here. Data sheet. There we are. That's what I wanted. So I am only interested in the viewing area of this. The thing is, like, what I'm going to need to do is put like an orange piece of plastic over the screen so that it's orange like the rest of the keyboard. Having this thing be inset is going to be interesting. I don't know if I can use the mill or not to make the square. It would be nice to use the mill because the mill makes a nice clean square, but I don't think I can mount this thing. I don't think I can clamp this thing properly. I guess I could try to clamp that, but that's gonna like crush the plastic, and I don't. Making a square hole in a thing is particularly stressful in the maker space. It shouldn't be, but it just is. 0.91. I don't care about that. I care about 5.584 millimeter by 22.384. Ay, ay, ay. Putting it on a laser cutter would be awesome. I wish I had one. How are we going to measure that into this thing? Oh my God. Well, first step, I should probably put painter's tape over top of it, just so that I have an area where I can make drawing on it. Berserker. Okay, so I got my dimensions. I'm gonna have to do some measuring to get that there. Let me go get my calipers. And do we use the mill? Do we use the milling machine to do this? Or, I mean, the milling machine, the DRO is busted, but this is small enough that I think it could, well, the DRO is busted and taken apart right now. Damn it. That would have made this really easy if I could just latch on and then get measurement, and then I could do an exact thing. This is gonna be amateurish at best. All right, let's, where'd all my painter's tape go? Where did my painter's tape go? Looking around for it, like crazy, I'm like an old man with a memory problem. I have to specify with a memory problem because I think I'm already an old man. Where the hell? Okay, let's go to face cam. I had to give up my plasma cutter the other day. We had to throw it out. I bought it broken off of eBay, and then I repaired it. And oh boy, I would not trust anybody with a broken plasma cutter that I repaired back in the year 2010. I think I used a piece of Xbox DVD drive to isolate one of the leads on it. I don't think I'd trust that one too well. How are we going to make a clean square hole in this thing? It's not really going to... anything that I do is going to look like a hack. I really want to buy one, but yeah, every line you make with a plasma cutter is like a 5-year-old's drawing. It's like all wavy, no matter what. And I tried to do good cuts for like an old Reddit gift exchange, and you just can't. I don't know what it is about it. You just can't get good cuts. Some people can't. You know, those freakish, like those weldy people that never make any mistakes. They do pretty well with those. You can learn from others' mistakes with this. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so I've got a square area, and we need to get that through the calipers So I am going to go to my paint drawing, and we're going to jump over to the giant blank area that I just opened up. And let's take this is like a mess, this drawing right here. So let's not do that. I'll transcribe this stuff. Oh, I guess we could do it. No, I'm not going to do it on that. Okay, so I've got this like that. We can do this smaller. We can do this size. I got this like this. I got another cutout here. That's where we're putting it. It's like an uneven thing. And then our screen viewing area is what dimension? That would be 22.384. Why don't we just make that 0.4? Why is that 0.38? That's, do you know how small that dimension is? That's ridiculous. And then the height is 5.584, and it's only a AA game. It's not a AAA game. Why don't people talk about AA games? What's like a AA game? What's like a AA game? I see Weld on YouTube has that magic ability. He can cut 2-inch thick plate steel and make it look like it was cut on a water jet. Yeah, water jets are cool. For AA. A Game Boy is a AA. Oh, okay, sorry. I should read comments in order. I don't read comments in order, and it messes up jokes like that. 22.384, 5.584, which means the center point is 11 point, I don't know, let's just make that let's make this a 4. 22.4, which will make this 11.2. And then this is just 5.6. And that makes it 2 point. Oh my god, my brain just completely exploded. Anyway, it's what, 2.5, and then so 2.8. 2.8. 11.2. 2.8. Doing math on stream, even simple math, is very, very difficult to do. And I don't know exactly why it is. I think it's just the distracted brain and the need to remain entertaining while getting through something like a math problem. The logic doesn't really line up, and you just can't do it. I don't know. Other streamers can back me up on this. Other people who know streaming and what it's like to have all the cameras and the lights going. It's interesting, the drop in IQ. So 11.2 and 2.8 is my center to that. We need to find out, and I think we'll cut off this part, and we'll do center to this. So center to this right here, what is that location gonna be? I'll just do like a plus sign there. So center to that. What is our overall dimension of the panel? That would be 70 millimeters, 0.18. I'm going to call that 70. I'm going to call that 70 because I guess code likes to make things in reasonable units. 70, and then the vertical of that panel is 36.5. Okay, so maybe not as reasonable as we thought. 6.5. Okay, there we go. 36.5. So this would be half of 70. 35. And then 36. 8. No, 16. 16.25. Well, I can't believe I actually remembered what half of 36 was, just because it's a common computer number. 35 and 16.25, which puts our first face. See, the reason that I'm doing it center-wise, is this would be a lot easier on the DRO. If I had it plugged in, kicking myself over that, what I could have done is marked that, basically find the one edge on the DRO, go the distance, find actually the one edge, find the other edge, get my 2 0 points, you know, like here, this would be 0, 0, and then I would take the spindle to the center and then re-zero it. Oh, 36 is 18. 8 and 8 is 16. Yeah, you're right. There, I fixed it. But what I could have done is measure out where 0, 0 is, take the spindle from the corner, which is where, you know, where I'd be able to get 0, take it to the center, and then from the center, I can go positive and negative in this, for this thing, minus the width of the mill bit. You passed the test. Yeah, that's, I just do this to test you guys. It's just for testies. That's the only reason that I do anything. So anyway, I need to go 11.2 above and below this point. I think I've made my job difficult here. I think what I just need to do is go, what is it? 70. No, you know what? I don't think I made my job difficult. So 18.25. So it would be 11.2 plus and minus 18.25. I need a calculator for that. You know, head math is all great, but I don't want to make more mistakes. So what was that again? It was 18.25 plus 11.2. 29.45. Four, 5. Well, I guess if I do 29.45 from either side, that'll give me my 2 verticals. I could just do it that way. And then the other one, I can just do, was that the right dimension, by the way? Yeah. 18 1/4 plus 2.8. And assuming my centers are good, 21.05. So what I'll do is just with the calipers, I'll make a little pen mark at those dimensions, and then I'll use the square in order to make a nice line out of it. And you know, my measurements are probably not perfect, so. All right, and then a marker, and then we're going, oh, where's my stuff? My stuff! 29.45. These are cursed measurements. 29. .45, huh? Yep. 4, 6. Close enough. 4, 8. Oh my god. That would be from this end. That doesn't look right. I think that got me into the middle. Huh. Yeah, that ain't right. Something ain't right about that. 35 and 18. What did I do to get 29? I think I messed that one up. You're barking upstairs. 18. Oh, I did 18 plus 11. It should be 35 plus 11. That's what I did. So it's actually 30. Hold on. Wait, no, not. It's 35. 35 plus 11. 0.2. So it should be 46.2, not 29. Okay, that makes more sense. 3, 5, 6, 46.2. That still seems like it's going to be too narrow. That's the viewing size of the screen, though. I guess only so much of the screen. Are you sure about these numbers? Wait a minute. I find it hard to believe that the viewing size is so small. This thing says that it's 22. I'm measuring like 26. 3, 2. It says that this is the viewing size. I guess that's about what we saw when we used it last. .5 is height. Yeah, I got it now. Never had to cut an accurate hole in plastic. Would cutting a smaller hole from the center and then dremeling or shaving be good? Yeah, we're gonna use files to get it to the right size. That's for sure. The screen, I mean, there's no bevel on the screen. You would be providing it with that. I'm gonna have to like probably make some kind of an insert too. And actually, one thing that I could do is 3D print something. I don't know. What if I 3D print this entire piece? And then it'll just have a hole in it in the right spot. I guess that's a possibility, although the clips would never be the same. One of them's broken anyway. One of them's broken anyway. All right, no. We're going to keep doing what I was doing. It's just the viewing area of the screen is so much smaller. I could maybe... No, I don't want to cut it so that the whole thing... I don't want this to be, like, flush. I could try to make it so that it's completely flush, but then it's going to look a little amateurish because of the pins and stuff on the sides. Actually, would that look better? Hold on a second, chat. Instead of trying to make this thing look that professional, instead of making this thing look completely professional, I could just cut a hole the size of this PCB. And then this PCB could be a feature that kind of pokes up to the edge and just barely kind of like sticks out a little bit. And I think that would look cooler and it would make it stick out more. And I can use Captain Tape in order to make it orange. Maybe. Captain Tape or maybe a filter gel. I don't know. I can't find an orange OLED. I think I got close to finding one, but I don't know how I would order it. You need to get like 1,000 of them. So glad I found this channel. Hey, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, let's make it a little bit more bombastic, I guess is maybe the word I'm looking for. Because then if this thing is sticking up, I could make like a bevel to put in there if I need to. If I don't like it, I could make a little bevel that'll hide my shame. So we're now 38.2. Let me get new numbers on here. New numbers. Who dis? So this would be new numbers. This is always just so tedious and complicated. I hate it. I hate it. 12.11. 38.26. 39. Wow, that's frustratingly close to 40. What would happen if it was 40? 20, 38, 39, 40. No, there'd be a giant gap. That doesn't work. Yeah, 38. 39 might be... 39 would be a very loose fit. So 38 and 38.2, I guess we'll just stick with it. And the other one's 12. Well, might need a little bit more than 12. Yeah, it's 12.2. Why are these both 0.2s? .2. So yeah, oh god, 39 divided by 2 is not, it's not in the cards today. 39 over 2, 19 and a half. 19.5 and then 6.1. 0.1. Come on. All right, so 70, 35 plus 19.5. 54 and a half. oops, 54.5, and then 6.1, 18.25 plus 6.1, 18.25 plus 6.1, 24.35. These are just the settings for the calipers that I need in order to define the square. And the painter's tape is only really going to let me drill the corners, to be honest. That's all it's going to be able to do, is let me drill the corners, and then I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do the lines. Oh, boy. This doesn't garner its own Fusion 360 drawing. That's way too much effort. Like, I finished this in the time it would take to boot the program. Okay, 54.5. Technically, yeah, 54.5. So we'll do that. And then I'll take that over here. One of these. That's not the pen that I wanted, but I guess it'll do. Yeah, it's a pretty good tip. Actually, these will work as a straight edge. Whatever you call it. That one over there. Actually, I don't really know if the edges of this thing taper or not. It kind of looks like they might do some weird stuff. Yeah, because that line's going to be all over the place. And then 24.35. 21, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, oh. 3.9 is close enough, seeing as we're using pens and pencils and stuff to define these. That is somehow a broken number. What have I done? Wait a minute. What did I do? Hold on. The height is 12.2. Half of it is 6.1. 18.2 is half of 36. 36, I think, is a bad... Oh, 36 is this whole thing. I don't want it centered on the whole thing. Yeah, no. That's a wrong number. The height of this bar is 7... It's like 18. 17.75, I'll do. 17.75. God, what is half of the... Well, you don't need to tell me these things because they'll just come out in the wash. 23.85. You watch YouTube stuff. 23 point... Wait. Oh, yeah, 23.85. That's the wrong calculation. Hold on. So, like, from watching, like, YouTube personalities doing stuff, everything is right the first time. I hate that. People make mistakes, and I make a lot of them. 8.875. What is this? 8.875. This is gone. And so 24.35 is also gone. So we need 8.875 plus 6.1. Plus 6.1. 14.975. I wish I could make that 15, but I don't know where they'd end up. Yeah, this is what happens when you measure stuff in the real world. 14.975. And the 975 is probably like the width of the marker. Oh wow, that's not leaving a lot of plastic behind. Get it over here. And then I need to do another one like over here. Do another one over here. Now I need straight edge. Where do my straight edges go? I'll just use one of the E rulers that I have. I get black on blue. I can't see what I'm doing. Without mistakes, we can't invent new stuff. I guess that's one way to think about it. I got like a massive shadow in the way. Where's that shadow coming from? It's coming from the bench light, but I got like a huge light on the front of this thing. This is why I like the mill for doing this kind of stuff, just because it's a lot better at this than I am. So I just need to drill a hole somewhat inside of those four corners, and that'll fit this. Actually, it looks like it's a little small for that. I need to go all the way onto the black, apparently. How do I make a nice-looking hole like that, though? What, the AVE ruler? Yeah, I bought it a while back. I like this one better, though. This one is the Digirule, and it's got all these little, like, you think you'd spend all your day messing around with the stuff like the binary counter and things, but I don't, you know, I'm not in school anymore. I don't go to classes constantly. This thing would be great in class. I could just dick around with this thing and have the time of my life, but I don't have any use for this. I don't do anything with this. It's a cool ruler, though, and it's got a bunch of PCB stuff on the other side. That's a neat one. That's a neat one. All right, how the hell do I cut this thing without it making it look like a 5-year-old did it? Well, the best bet is probably the milling machine, and the milling machine also tracks in those directions properly, assuming that I can get this on it somehow. So I guess we got to go over to the mill. I don't even have lights that work on the mill anymore. But this would be the cleanest way that I have to cut this out. So let's just, I mean, I guess I got to give it a shot. I got to give it a shot. You have to try. All right, how's this going to mount? These lights broke. That's why I don't have any light over here. Because we messed around with the lights. I had to mess around with the lights, and I broke them in the process. Got to be careful of this stuff. This is the attachment hardware for the DRO, the broken DRO. The x-axis stopped reporting numbers properly. So at some point, and I don't know when, I don't really know when, we need to break down the mill. I need to re-grease everything. We need to get it back into spec so we can do stuff with it again. I don't think burn the subs is going to need anything from the mill, though. And then, you know, I could probably use that toothbrush to get rid of all these little chunks of stuff that are all over. I don't know who used this thing last, but they certainly left it a mess. What a jerk. What a joik. A jerky jerk. All right. Now, the advantage to the mill is just that it's going to track me in the right directions, and it's going to make my lines not wobbly. That's the only thing that I can really boast with this. Z-axis up. I mean, plastic is really easy to cut. I could probably use a variety of different things in order to do that, but I should probably get the glass bottle of Crystal Pepsi from 1992. Probably get that away from the high shelf of the mill where it can easily fall and break. What's going on over here? What are you guys saying? Oh, the warning sign? Yeah. Like the first video that had that warning sign on it, I immediately went to Etsy and found the sign. And I guess he makes it, but good business acumen of him to be able to spin off a sign upon the first viewing. So we're doing this without the DRO, which is what the lines are for. And I guess our first operation is to drill 4 holes, and then we will mill out the 4 holes. This fell over. What happened over here? Oh my God, it's a disaster area. I need to like clean up all my stuff. God. It's a complete mess. But first things first, I need to mount the plastic to the mill so it doesn't wander all over the place. Okay, that's a little bit more betterlier. So, how is that going to work? How are we going to be able to mount this thing? We're going to need the drill spindle. See, with the DRO, doing it by the numbers would be the best thing ever. It'd be so easy. Is that an old payphone? Why do you ask? All right, let's see. How is this gonna mount? I don't have any putties or anything like that. That's kind of a weird shape. I mean, the putty stuff would be probably pretty good for holding on to this. Or, I don't like that. Because this thing will destroy. Okay, we can do that. We can do it between the jaw. I just, I don't like the prospect of this thing, bending and breaking the plastic, you know? Oh God, it doesn't fit. Son of a bitch. It fits there. It doesn't fit up here. Oh, you son of a bitch. I don't want to remove the jaw from the vise because that would, that's not good. That puts it out of measurement. Puts it out of square. Vice and a vice, and a vice and a vice. If you want my advice, something. Yeah, that's gonna have to be it. We'll do that. So, this should be moderately precise. I just want to keep it square, that's all. What the hell? Oh, your badge like broke. Is that okay? So it actually looks fine up there, but weird. It on my video, it love your stream. Never seen a thermal cam before. Yeah, they're getting cheaper. They're not necessarily affordable, but they are getting cheaper. The Throw Guts' comment has just the text 2-month subscriber parentheses tier 3 base badge parentheses in front of it. I was like, what is this crap? All right, now vice and a vice. Vice and a vice. And if I tighten it, I think no, it'll still work. Okay. And then this is like the cheapest. I mean, it's not cheap plastic, but it just doesn't feel solid on here. But we need to keep the height moderated. I think maybe I can throw a block of wood under it. If this thing doesn't open far enough to clamp this, it's not going to open far enough to clamp this. It doesn't open far enough to clamp this. Please open far enough to clamp it, please. It doesn't. It doesn't open far enough to clamp it. I feel like what I need is like a block of wood and then a couple screws and washers, and I can just like hold that down. I mean, the original hold down method for this table. One thing that I do want to get to is once we do the optical experiment that we wanted to do, I want to replace the bed of this thing with the optical bench because it's a better surface. There's more places to attach tie downs. We need a third vise. No, must be Friday. Yeah, it must be Friday. Let me think about this. Of the plastic here, the places that I could grip it. Like some of these clips are already broken. Yeah, I think my best bet would be to have something that I can screw this down to, and that would hold it steady. I mean, the plastic is going to give up very quickly when drilled. Is that actually... Huh. No, it's crooked. It's crooked like that. And then there, I wouldn't be able to operate on it. Like this, no, that doesn't work either. I can't believe that this doesn't work just by a hair. That is so annoying. This doesn't work because it doesn't fit around this. And then this doesn't work because it doesn't open up far enough. And if I got rid of this, because like you can take this and move it over here, and then you can clamp stuff, you know, from the other side. It's just the flatness and the straightness of that part is completely compromised when you do that. You have to retool everything once you do. My vise isn't exactly the best piece of equipment in here, so it might not be the end of the world to do that. I don't want to have to do that, though. I just don't want to do that. I mean, if I did move both of the vise pieces to the outside, then I could clamp this from the outside. Or, like, well, that wouldn't hold it flat. It would be clamped like this. I think I do. I think I gotta move the jaws. I gotta move the jaws. It's finally time to do that. I need a big hex key. I'm a big boy. I need a big hex key. Okay, my slightly smaller hex key is a little too much. I mean, the milling setup is not exactly... It's not exactly medically precise, you know? Is that in English? Oh my goodness. Wait, let's double check that. Yeah, that's an English size. Well, unless it's this one right here. Why is there not a thing for this to go into? Sorry, I'm kind of like mumbling right now as I try to navigate my tools. What is this size? This one looks like it might be it. I could have sworn this thing was supposed to be metric. Oh, wait, that one is perfect. Yeah, okay. These are out of order. My wrenches are out of order. No, you're out of order. Uh-oh. This is a... Jesus. All right, if I had to put more force into it, I would have had to go get my my socket wrench and use a socket adapter. Let me open up the vise a little bit more too, so I can actually get a better angle on the other one. Shaving the yak, trying to do a professional job at something, and it turns out all your yaks are due for a shaving. That's how it goes. That's how it always goes. All my yaks full of hair. What the heck? Come on. I'm gonna bash my knuckles on this if I'm not careful. There we go. Whew. The reason that this is hard to do is that it's never been done. Not on this setup. Now this is stuck. What are you guys saying over here? An obstacle at every step. Yep, that's how it is. I need a third vise. Oh, I already read that like 10 minutes ago. That looks like a pretty legit mill. Why do you have that? Because we do a lot of stuff that involves this sort of thing. Having the ability to do small machining as well as the electronics is a very powerful combo. Oh my God. You know, I'm not exactly a mechanical engineer. Oh, whoa, that really hurt my wrist a lot. Wow. That was, I bashed my wrist on something. I think it was leaning over to say hi to the puppy. And I think leaning on my wrist for like a day or two did a number on it. So the emotion that I just went through right there exacerbated the pain. Whew, Jesus. All right, so this is a Sieg X3. I was, for a time, going to make D&D dice with this thing. I wanted to make aluminum dice that were precision manufactured, and I could probably have upgraded this thing to CNC and figured it out. But obviously, everything's already been done before. So people beat me to the punch like tenfold by now. But yeah, this is like a small job kind of mill. And I don't mean small job as in small things, because actually, counter to what you might think, if you're going to build small stuff with precision, with actual engineering precision, you want a big mill. The thing about a big mill is that it's got a lot of inertia in all the parts. And so the instructions that you give it are the instructions that, you know, they translate over directly. This is commitment. I suppose. I don't have paper towels. I ran out of paper towels today. So I'll just try to, I'm gonna get grease on this. Let's transfer these over to the other side. I need to de-rust this. I gave it a spray and a wipe the last time I used it, but it's showing the humid environment here. So this is where you'd very carefully position the jaw to be very flat. You do that with a hammer and a gauge on the mill. And I have all that equipment, so I'll have to do it when I put this back into normal mode. I'll have to do that. Right now, we are not using this surface for flatness. We're just using it as a means by which to hold plastic. So I'm not terribly concerned about how super duper flat this is. Hopefully we don't use it as a means to break the plastic. But, you know, last time I set this up, I spent the time to make sure that it was very square to the table, which is why I'd like to use it to cut a square in my keyboard cover. That way we have a nice looking square. The only problem is that I need to, well, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I think if we drill the corner holes first, I'll be able to mill between them with straight lines. And hopefully that won't look bad. Hopefully that won't look bad as like famous last words. I can't get to the bolt. I'm going the wrong way. Shit. Very tighty, lefty, loosey. Okay. That and like that. Tighten that one up. You know, for actual milling setups, I do have my old Android tablet sitting on the DRO with it's got like a car mount on it, and I can use that to pull up chat so that their toxicity can be fully realized over here, and I can read comments while I'm working. But it's too much trouble to even turn it on right now. This is just a quick plastic job. All right. Oh, I can see that that's uneven. Wow. It's like, yeah, whatever. Totally ruin all the precision of all of my mechanical things. So now I can clamp the whole thing in and have it sit on top of this, I think. I really sincerely hope so. And hopefully this bar of plastic is enough to give me enough clamping force that I can actually work on this thing. Oh, this isn't an even surface, actually. Oh, wait, what's going on here? Yeah. The vise is exactly the width between the clips, so it actually fits on that snug. The only problem is that this is not flat up and down. My keyboard has a slight lean to it. Oh, and I'm bulging it by doing that. Actually, this right here, just the fact that this and this are between the two clamps is enough to hold this thing for a horizontal move. So, all right. No, none of that. None of that. Tiny end mills. I have a bunch of tiny end mills. Let's see what I got. I gotta find one that's small enough. The only other camera I have over here is this. Oh, no, this one. All right, choose one that, okay, this is not a good view of that. All right, I'll just move the camera over. Come on back over here. This is not how you should store end mills. This is just how I threw them all in a bin. Now, the problem with storing them like this is that they're all smashing into one another. but I need to choose something that's going to be light enough for this plastic. I have a bunch of engraving style bits that have like tapers to them, but I don't think we're going to really be taking advantage of any kind of a taper. Now, this one's pretty cool. It's coated. I'm looking for the smallest ones that I have, and that way our corners won't be as round. The only problem is I won't be able to see the markings. This one's pretty good. This one's kind of cool. I think I want to try this one. It is tapered, but I don't know. I don't know. And then I got stuff like this, which, oh Lord, I don't think this will do it. It would be cool. It's kind of a weird one. It is just plastic, so I really don't need anything that crazy. I think we're going to use this one. This one is, I mean, it's got a coating on it, but, oh no, this one doesn't have a coating. Just a little tapered guy. And so that'll let me drill the corners out. And we can, I think I have to drill the corners out because I've done this in the past where I've used marker markings on painter's tape. The problem is when this starts doing its ripping and tearing, the painter's tape just goes all over the place and it doesn't like mark the spot as well as it should. If I drill the corners and then use the mill to move from corner to corner, it's still going to be off by a little bit. I only succeed at that when I'm using the DRO. So I don't know. That means I don't even need the drill end. We just need to mount somehow this thing to the end of the end mill. So for that, I need this guy and the appropriate insert. ER32, call it. 32 or 36? I forget. Now, is this hand tight? This should be hand tight because this is just the measurement tool. Good. Good, good, good. This means I need to reset all this stuff when we're done here. Ugh. This is why machinists charge so much, by the way, is the tooling and setup time is a huge time sink. It's a big waste of my time. But it'll be fun when we get it working. There it is. That's the one that I need. So that goes in here like this. Oh, there's dust all over it. So these collets are just sort of like general use. I also have the ones that have bespoke diameters in them that are little hex key seats. But since we're working with plastic, this is perfectly fine. And then there's all kinds of like tooling for holding on to this type of collet so that you can work on like round stock on things. I love watching machining YouTube channels. They're really cool. They do a lot of cool stuff. They got a lot of cool toys. I have some cool toys. I don't have a lot. I have enough to kind of get by. All right, so you guys are coming with me again. If you want to see what I go through in order to put the spindle on, it's just a matter of two tools. I have my drawbar wrench, and then I have a castle wrench. So one goes up like that, the other one loosens it. I take it off a little bit with just brushing my thumb up against it and then bop it on the head, and that lets go of the spindle. And then, because I'm not a robot, these are designed for robots going in and moving everything to where it goes and replacing the tips, but I use it as a quick change. So what this does is it pulls it up against the spindle, whatever that piece is called right there. It pulls it up against that so that your height is sort of a known thing. Very, very useful. I'll bring you guys over here where there's no light. There's just no light over here. I don't got no light. Let's see how badly we can fuck this up. Yeah, that's held pretty well. I do actually need light. Let me pull this over. That's just shadows. I'm not getting light off of that. I gotta lift this thing up. Well, now you guys can't. You get out of the way, chat. What are you doing there? Freaking weirdos. You guys are like breathing down my neck. Jesus Christ. All right, so for the big mistake that I'm about to make, you guys got a good seat. Put this away. Get this out of the way. And then move this into position. Now, the advantage to this is that I can go horizontally on it and have a straight-ish line. Hopefully. Hopefully. But first, I need to drill the corners. So let's figure out where that one is. Let's go. I guess I'm going to keep that locked, and I'll go down this way. So right on the money there. That would be... I can probably actually use these, use the meters on these things to my advantage. That one's on 30 and 10. Let's make a deal. You guys ready to go? Here's where I ruin everything. What? Oh, yeah. I don't know what the height is. All right, 30, 10, 40, huh? All right, so now we take... I'm gonna, hold on. I'm using like the numbers on the gauges, so I just want to write that down. Try scribing it first. That never works for me. So I'm just gonna mark this here would be, that's 30. This one is 10. Wait, which one's, hold on. No, erase that. 30. 30 is which one? Hold on. Which, down here. This will just help me get back to the numbers that I was on before. Okay, there. Just mark that. Mark that corner. And then I got to find the other corner, which would be... this, like that. So if I find the two corners, then I can just take my knobs relatively back to where they were. Yeah, usually when I'm working with metal, I'll scribe it, but this is plastic, and I don't want apprentice marks outside of the hole that I'm making. I'm not precise enough to get it right, so that one to 30, this one to 0. Okay, so then that goes to this one 30, this one 0. I don't have like a the knobs on this thing are pretty simple. I just want to get it to within like 360 degrees of a knob turn of where it needs to go, and then I can hopefully use that similar to a DRO. That's the idea anyway. I mean, I do have an inch marking on this thing, but I mean, I can just use my eyes, I guess. I've got so many regrets when I'm done this. All right, I guess I start cutting across. Oh, no, never mind. It slipped. Well, that's still okay, though, I guess. All right, let's start moving over. I'm gonna go nice and slow with this. And I assume that I'm going all the way through. It'd be kind of embarrassing if I wasn't. I gotta keep my hand on it. Slow and steady. I don't really know if I'm going all the way through. I don't think I am. Yeah, I'm definitely not. Nice and slow. Whoa, the whole thing just lifted. This is cursed. This is completely cursed. All right. I need to come towards me. And then I need to take that to... Okay, back to 30. Hard to see what's going on. I think that's the position. Yeah, looks like that's right. Okay, so far so good. So now we're going this way with the table. Yeah, it's gonna cause a little bit of strife over here. I gotta be careful. Shouldn't have my fingers this close to it. Go real slow like. It's cutting it. It's doing a decent job, too. I just need to make sure that I'm supporting it properly. Back to 0. Good. Now we just go this way, which means that way with the table. And then I'm bringing it to 30. No. 0. I don't know if that took it all the way. I don't think it's one more knob turn, though. Alright, that should be it. Let's see what we cut. Hopefully I didn't overcut that last one. It kind of looks like I did. This might not just pop off, but I mean, you see how well held it was in there? All right, let's come back over here and see what happened. Mad respect for the torque. Yeah, getting my fingers that close to it was not my intention. It's just the fact that we only had the little pull tabs to hold it onto the vise. I had to get something to hold the workpiece that close. It shouldn't have been my hand. Yeah, it'll completely destroy you without even having a second thought. You're the softest thing in the shop, after all. So yeah, it was ill-advised for me to get my hands that close, but you know, we had a very tiny end mill on there, and I went very slow. But you know, you watch 10 minutes of industrial accidents, and you learn to respect everything like that. All right, so the question is, did I actually get all the way through? The answer's probably going to shock you. It's no. The answer's no. It didn't go all the way through. But we can cut further than that. I mean, it looked like I almost got it. That was pretty close. Aside from like a couple little weird spots on it. So I can finish that with a knife. You're soft. Do 20 push-ups, yeah. That doesn't look very centered, does it? No, that's centered. That's in the center. That looks off. It doesn't look... It probably should have been centered to the WASD... Or sorry, the arrow keys, huh? Well, maybe once I punch it out, it'll look a little bit better. Let's get the scalpel in on this. An X-Acto blade. That's a terrible idea. I hate X-Acto knives. I hate them. I got one of them sitting right over there. Hate them. Looks like I should have gone a little deeper. I'll use a file to clean it up, but like that overrun up there is bad. It's because the bit went deeper than this cut, and it was tapered, so it made a weird thing. Yeah, a couple Fusion 360 streams, I know. That's where we'd clean it up. I appreciate making robots do all this kind of work for me. This is a great way to plunge a knife deep into your body. Just deep into your body. Deep down. Deep, deep, deep. Yeah, this is because it wasn't mounted exactly square. So one part is through and the other part barely touches. Oh, my other light. Drop that thing down there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's plastic. It doesn't even hold that much heat. See, the thing that differentiates the X-Acto from the scalpel is that the scalpel is held on very solidly to the tool, whereas the X-Acto is just kind of hanging out, being squished from either side, and the rotations and the weird motions that you do with the blade will not loosen the scalpel. Just kind of finishing my... This is kind of a more difficult one to work with here. Printing a little tiny bevel that goes around this will probably be something that I do. I said it wasn't worth Fusion 360 before. As usual, I get to eat all of my words. Every single one that I ever say, I get to just crunch on it for a while. You too can function at this level if you're as dumb as I am. Oh, that cut looks terrible. Maybe if I take a file, I can even this out a little bit. But because the bit was tapered, it did some weird stuff over here. What's up, Fat? How's it going? Fat gifted me and tomatoes sub. I appreciate that. Eat fresh. You know, like that Jared guy. How's he doing these days? Oh, wait a minute. Gifting subs like he's Jared. Wait, why is everybody looking at me weird? All right, get all these plastic shavings out of here. I mean, that was kind of good. It wasn't great. I think if I used some of that thermal putty, I've got this like gray putty, and when you heat it up, you can like squish it to a shape. And so I probably could have used that and made something that I could clamp to out of this, maybe. But yeah, he owns a jeweler's. What? I didn't know that. Yeah, so that's where the screen's going to be, and there'll be I guess there'll be a little bit of room around the screen, but that's good because then we can make a we can make something that will hide my shame. We can we can build up a thing around it. I can make a little bevel for it. I do want to kind of even that out, but I don't think I'm really going to succeed if I try. I'll just take this and kind of bite down. But then if I keep working that, that's going to look all weird. Yeah, that needs a bevel. That's going to need a bevel in the end. A very small one. I mean, it'll be something that can just barely drop down into there and then just give like a little lip for this. But what we'll do in order to mount this is, I guess... do I do wires directly from it? I mean, first off, I don't remember the direction that this thing goes in. I think it was like this. Was it the other way around? You can flip it in software, but I mean, I will want this to be closer to the edge. Don't push me, because... By the way, the keyboard works perfectly well, Fat. Everything is fixed on it. All my multiplexers are humming away. So I will have a new keyboard by the end of the day. I just need to do a lot of stuff. I need to do a lot of programming for this. I'm gonna need a lot of double-sided tape to get it up to that point. Oh, I hate how it's not centered on that. Centered on the arrow. It's weird that it's not. We measured it. Why is... Oh, it's... That seems... Maybe my measurements were off. I don't know. I mean, we got a perfect-sized opening out of it, so, like, theoretically, it should be centered. It's very difficult to get to this point. I need to open this up a little bit so it doesn't catch the screen as much. I don't want it to be hard to remove the screen. I just need to open up the backing a little bit. Where's that file? This one's a little better. The display is centered, the arrows are not. I guess. Doesn't seem like it to me. Yeah, centered to the bezel, not the keys. I don't know, man. I just measured from here to here and did it that way. That's how this ended up where it was. 3D printing a bevel, like a bezel for this is the way to go, because then that'll clean up the look, you know? It'll look much more professional that way. I mean, it'll still look 3D printed, but it'll look a little bit more betterly designed. Okay. Left side of the arrow looks thinner than the right. These keys are uniform. Oh, you mean, well, yeah, I guess, yeah, the arrows, yeah, look at that. So that Amogus is really weird looking. You're right. You guys are right. Although this is pretty well established. That, I guess, okay, so I should have factored in just a little lip right here. I think that's what happened, is I shouldn't have, measuring from here, and I shouldn't have, yeah, that's what it is. So it would have been center if, yeah, it would be bumped over a little bit. That's okay, though. Whatever. I can't undo it. I can't undo it. I don't think they sell that part for this keyboard. I mean, where's the display going to be more centered? I think like that. And then the actual display part of the display is centered. Sort of. It is kind of... Yeah, I think I'm going to do it this way. Okay, so we need to make like a tower that's going to mount this, and I have one way of doing something like that. Normally it would be 3D printing, but I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do layer after layer of foam tape until this thing is is properly situated. I don't have a ton of applications for this foam tape, so this is just a fun way to do it. where I don't have to do any machining. I mean, I guess I can 3D print something for it if we feel like measuring, but I don't feel like taking measurements. I'm just going to put layer after layer of foam on the back of the screen until it is at the right height. Yeah, if I do it, if I orient it like that, like with the pins on the left side, I think that will, that'll work towards centering the display itself. See, like, that was such a crapshoot with the mill. I'm so pissed off. Like, I mean, these are also a little bit crooked, but I mean, the mill allowed us to get all of those straight sections perfect, but I didn't have the DRO working. With the DRO, I could have gone from number to number to number to number, and it would have made the exact shape that we were looking for, and it would have been uniform. But instead, I went from approximate number to approximate number, got it close, but when I drilled down through this part, the tapered bit went further down. So that's why that hole looks to be off by a little bit. So, you know, it was always going to need a bevel. It was always going to need a bevel. This is going to be a lot of tape if I do it this way. I don't know if I have anything that'll give me the height that I need. Like a scrap block or something. If the plastic didn't lift. If I went a little slower and the plastic didn't lift, yeah. But that was over here. That was on the part that doesn't look terrible. This was what I didn't know when I didn't know what I was, you know, precisely doing. What's gonna be that height? I gotta think about that. Like, I have scrap plastic, but I don't know what hold on a sec. Yeah, like a block of wood. I have like poster board sections I could tape together. Oh, let me see. I've got all kinds of little scrap. All kinds of little scrap. We're a little scrappy around here. Oh. Very funny joke. All right, let's see. This plexiglass is like dangerous. I don't think I like that. Oh, here we go. Just straight up foam. That'll do. A big old block of foam. I do all kinds of random bullshit around here. It's any wonder that I don't have something like a giant block of foam. Bother's going insane. Yeah, well, what's new? It's not new. It's old news. It's old news. It's fake old news. Yeah, this is a very tall piece. Oh my god, I hear little puppy legs jumping around upstairs. I have to go hold my puppy to my face. We'll do that later. His little shuffling feet upstairs. Thud, 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 thud. Oh, hey, that's already at the right. Yeah, I'm basically just going to pick her up and put my face into the side of the dog until she squirms. Because she's so cute. What up, cheese? Did Rob-Oz end up going on today? I don't think he did. Straight down, straight up. Now tell me. No? He didn't dream. Okay. This is why I have viewers today, I guess. I switched over to doing mechanical keyboard stuff, and that brought in its own crazy crowd of mechanical keyboard enthusiasts. But it's funny when Rob-Oz doesn't do Fridays. That boy can stream. Holy shit! I don't know how he does it, because like I finish like my normal stream time, and I just want to die. Like after interacting with you people for more than 20 minutes. Holy shit! Foam. It's like photum, but better flavor. What? Wait, huh? I'm so jealous of his My Summer Car start over. I want to do that. I just don't have that much like seat time. Streaming. Oh, he didn't stream is what you meant to type. It's all good. It's all good. All right, let me redo this. I want one layer between this and the God, this stuff can really fucking stick to stuff, huh? It can really stick. We have stick. Yeah, those of you guys coming over from Rabaz who haven't been here for a while, we're doing a round of fixing my keyboard because I spilled shit on it and it stopped working. Like, completely. So what I did is we've now got a QMK system running on this thing, which is a DIY keyboard thing for all the mechanical keyboard crazy people. I don't do a lot of crazy stuff. I want to make an Arwoosh joke, but that would be mean. Listen, it's okay. We've already established today that I'm not that smart. But anyway, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to repair my keyboard, and so I'm using what's called QMK in order to give it a new brain, basically. So now that my keyboard has a new brain, I have the possibility of adding a screen and other little accoutrements to the keyboard itself. So that's what I'm doing. That's what we're working on right now. And I just made an absolute ass of myself trying to cut the screen opening on the milling machine. Oh, look at that. Oh, that foam is the perfect size. It's going to be a little bit taller than that, though. Yeah, perfect. Ah! You saw it, attacked me. We're going to have to take the keys off of this thing, and then we'll rekey the whole board, too. So I need to open up this thing a little bit. It's not quite fitting the screen easily. Do that with a knife. It's probably because of either the taper bit or just the cutting that I did. When the keys press back. I've been pushed down my whole life. Keys, rise up. And then go back down. But then rise up again. A little better. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that works. I just need it to drop in. It can't. You should spend $300 plus on a 2-color aerial keycap set to appease your new audience. And they're all epoxies. They're all epoxy artisanal keys, right? No, I buy cheap-ass keys from Amazon. You get the double-shot PBTs from Amazon. They're fine. They work great. Unfortunately, this is a $200 keyboard. I don't know if it's really worth it, but I'm not willing to let it die, so... I'm not willing to let it die. Well, now there's a huge gap on either side that I really dislike, actually. Just because that one side doesn't really fit that well. Well, that's all right. We'll live with that stuff. I can try to get around that in other ways. And also, if I 3D print a bevel to go around this thing, then that'll cover that up. I'm still a little miffed that it's not centered, but whatever. So I guess what I can do is put a piece of double-sided tape on the back of this thing, and then just put the frame in place, and maybe it'll be tall enough that it actually sticks down. I hope. Maybe. And then we can get the 4 wires on it. And this is a 3-volt display, if I remember correctly. So we got to run the wires from the microcontroller around the corner and then just up. Basically, we'll go above and around to where this goes. I know, right? Every time I look at it, my eye's going to twitch. I think it's good enough that I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to have super duper regrets every single time I try for it. I hope not, anyway. Why not using an e-ink display? Where's my e-ink display? I don't fucking have one. What are you talking about? No, I don't have an e-ink display that I can just throw at this. Plus, where would it go? There's not, this is the only space that I have for a screen. So the little guy like this is great. Yeah, e-ink displays are prohibitively expensive. I can't believe that there was a magazine cover that had one. I mean, I guess if you're like manufacturing them in bulk, they're not that bad. But on our scale, in this economy, are you fucking kidding me? I would, if I could, I'd put Nixie tubes in this thing. But I don't have the right Nixie tubes to put in it. Driving them are finicky. Well, I mean, you just get something that, you know, like this thing is finicky to drive too, but you just buy something online that has everything you need on it. Why is this not? There we go. Stupid thing. Okay, so we want the pins on the inside like that. And then we want the display to be right there. And then I do this. No! Can I do it the other way? Can I just like drop it from here? I would love, if I had a CNC, I would love to make this into a wooden keyboard. Do the outside pieces, even though they're a little bit thin. Get something like a burl. You can get those pretty cheap online, and then I could redo my keyboard in burl wood. Oh boy, come on. The foam is like fighting. Don't want to break it. Neat. So it's a little bit tall. I mean, it sticks up and out, which is kind of what I wanted, actually. So that kind of works. And it actually kind of tilts a little bit to face you. I'm fully with you on that, but it's super hard. Yeah, I'm pretty hard thinking about that project, too. Getting this thing off, it's going to probably try to pry off the screen, which is not what I want, but, I mean, we've just started, so let's see. One of my projects is reverse engineer the e-ink display. Oh, that sounds like kind of a tough one. Yeah, driving it like natively, but like having like an e-ink, I think I even have one. I have a Raspberry Pi Zero W e-ink display, display somewhere that I could use for stuff, but it's probably not a good fit for this. What am I going to pry this open with? Let's use a clay working tool. Looks pretty god. Yeah. It's, I mean, it's a little, I need to move it to the left just a tiny bit, but I mean, as a, like an add-on to the keyboard, it's in a good spot. So we'll see what it looks like lit up. We need to wire it first. Yeah, I'll have to do like a bezel and maybe like a thing that holds it up. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Come on, I don't want to break any more clips. Let's pop it open up here. You can see where all the damage is to the case. I need a case that's just held together with rare earth magnets, and that's it. So that I can pop it open and clean it out. Oh, come on. This is usually pretty easy to do. Okay. All right. Ah. Punch my camera. That actually works really well. Okay, cool. So there's the screen. Let's get it wired up. Break all the clips, glue on magnets. That's actually not that far-fetched, to be honest. There's a couple key spots where I could put magnets. All right, so we need power, ground, and a sense of purpose. Oh, don't do this to me, wire. Damn it. Fucking shit. Fuck. my wire reel just went stupid on me. Oh, on a steel plate. Yeah. That does sound nice and easy. Power, ground, then D- and D+. And these are rather long, but whatever. Wire stuff. Wire stuff. I gotta do wire stuff. 3 volts, ground. We'll do blue. Never mind, we won't do blue because it wrapped around the thing. We're gonna do white. White also wrapped around the thing. I really need to make a better like outlet for these reels. I can 3D print something that I'll do. And that way they don't do this where they wrap around the bungee cord that holds them in. SDA and SCL, I should say, rather. Don't you have one of those plastic pry bars? I had them in the past. They get damaged too quickly. And then the thing that I have to pry right now, I do have guitar picks, but I also don't care that much. Not caring is probably the biggest asset that I have. TKL? What are you talking about? What is this? Loading. Mauser's very slow. Oh, screen keys. Yeah, they're too gimmicky. You can have a button and a screen. People aren't gonna throw a fit if you don't. All right, so let's see here. 3 volt power and ground, huh? And then our 2 digital signals. Ground is there's a ground pickup right next to this. The Adafruit version of the RP2040 board has a little connector, which probably would be pretty nice. And then I'd only have to really wrestle the pigtail. All right, so let's see. There we go. Nice, neat, organized view. God, I opened my own stream on one of my screens when I was looking at the VODs. And I was like, man, this stuff is a lot larger than I thought it was. I'm used to watching my stream in a little tiny window. I need to move the camera over. Let's see. Yeah, this is the soldering that I did. And we have 3 muxes that are going through all the rows and columns. And then in order to get the screen, we just need these 3 at the bottom and power. Why is my iron... Oh, my iron was off. Weird. I never turned it off. I never turn things off. Leave it all on all the time. Okay, solder. Back here. Grab it. Back into wiring mode. Just briefly, just for this part. What is happening here? Oh, is this solder not? What's going on with this? Oh, it just had a piece that was like in the other pieces of the spool. There we go. It wasn't dispensing properly. That's always a problem. So ground, SDA, and SCL we're getting from these 3 pins. I'll have to figure out which one's which in a second here. Ah, need more solder. All right. First of all, the ground wire. I gotta like place it where I can see it. I guess I'll just do it. Mark 1 eyeballs without the magnification. All right, cut that one short. My wire cutter. Where'd they go? I've been using like every tool today. It's been a hell of a project day. I'm glad that Friday lined up for this part of the project though, because this is the most variety of different jobs day. We started with programming and getting all of the, well, troubleshooting and getting all of the, that guy, I swear that fucking guy is a bag of Milky Ways. I swear, he's just gaslighting us. We started with programming QMK so that it knew what buttons were being pressed, because it was all discombobulated. Moved on to troubleshooting a couple things within the software. We got the alternate function to work so that backlighting could be turned on and off. You know, the function key momentary thing. we milled the front bevel of the keyboard to open up an area for the screen. And now we're going to wire the screen and get that functioning. So a nice variety of the type of things that I do around here. Around here. Just gonna try to, I gotta try to make this neat. This needs to be neat like the rest of the project. Up. I almost set a second high to not a bag of Milky Ways, which would have been, you know, I can't afford that kind of thing in this economy. That would have been horrible. It would have been terrible. He would have been happy about it. He was getting double for his money, but, like, this is crazy. I gotta cut that a little shorter. Cut that a little shorter. All right, there we go. Bada bing. That one. We can use wire wrapping to do the other end. I won't solder to the pins. I'll just wire wrap to them. All right, and then next is this. Ooh, I almost broke that one. So there's the 3-volt supply is all the way up here. I'm not too comfortable putting 2 wires to the thing, but I guess I have to in this case. So that red wire right there is the output of the 3-volt regulator that exists on the Pico Pi, which is the microcontroller platform that I'm using to replace the brain of this keyboard. And this has been a total shit show. This has been a very difficult project for something so simple as a keyboard. QMK has a lot of really great features to it, but man, it's a beast to get to know. I'm going to try to put that in there with the other wire, but the other wire is going to move immediately. Yep, it wanted, you see that? It wanted to escape. Nope, you are now attached to that Amogus. Something is sus on this microcontroller board. And I'm not just saying that because it's the internet. All right. Let's go back to a view like this, and I can move you guys much closer. So, we need this set of wires to cleanly escape and basically flip around. Oh, here. That's not good. This is where it needs to go. I could go up here and just fish it down. And I actually kind of like that idea. Or I can just come down here around? No. I don't want them to get in the way. I don't think they'll get in the way, but if I have to like take apart the whole keyboard again, it's not good. So all right, so this will just I'll have to come back with the UV glue and tie these down properly. Yeah, I guess we'll just do this. All my beautiful cleanliness is getting violated by this part of the job. It's all part of the job. Rodico putty. No, TurboNad has tried to sell me on his Lord and Savior Blue Tack as a soldering aid, but I don't ever use stuff like that. No. God, my wrist is fucking killing me. I don't know what I did to it. I think I was, playing with Puppy and putting on my body weight on it in a weird way, but like removing the vise just a couple minutes ago really really made it kind of a little rough. How am I going to wire this to the screen if I can't even get to the pins of the screen? Damn it. I'd have to peel it up. So it needs to go through basically there. What are those 2 holes? Oh, those are this. I don't think... Could I get 4 wires through that? Yep. Okay. That's my route. Welcome to being old. Yeah, no. This isn't really so much an old person thing. This is just I bopped my wrist and it's being annoying now kind of thing. It's totally normal, you know? It's not so much an old man thing as it is just a sports injury. And the sport was playing with an adorable corgi puppy, so, you know, worth it. Totally worth it. I put a lot of work into making this not be total chaos. A lot of work. A lot of work went into that. Blue into that one. And white into this one. This kind of point-to-point wiring is kind of fun to do. You get to plan everything out perfectly. Oh no, actually, this should go into this one. Ah, geez, it's a mess. Okay, hold on. I can do this. We can do this. We can do this. So let's see. Actually, the black wire needs to go out on the outside of all of those. So it should be on the bottom hole. It should be red and then black. Red, black. And these two should go into the upper one. If I'm going to keep these wires laid down flat, which is something that I want to do, I'll have to come back with the glue. Yeah, the Captain Tape can help sort this out a little bit, but I want to get the wiring done. I want to get the full keyboard put together today. All the hardware in one place. Later on, I can add stuff. Oh, wait, there's a piece of tape over the top of it. No wonder. Sitting here like an idiot. Trying to push a door that says pull. These little holes are for like a flat programmer thing. It would basically be a couple like spring-loaded pins that would link into these two vias that are drilled in the board. But that processor no longer runs the show here, so I can use these as just holes through the board and put my wires through there, and that way I don't have to cross the outside of the board. That one's like not going through. I need tweezers for that. No, I can grab that. I can grab that. Yeah, there we go. Nope, missed. I missed. When is that Thor movie coming out on streaming? When can I watch that? I wanted to see that movie. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to look it up. Here, let's focus the camera properly so you guys can see what's going on. If I look down too much, I forget about the camera stuff, and then we end up having bad video. Nothing worse than bad video. Bad audio is actually kind of getting there, though. Bad audio and bad video, man. Name a better pair on Twitch, other than right boob and left boob. All right, so now I need to get the lengths right. And I wanted to be able to pick this thing up, right? I wanted to be able to like move the microcontroller off of its position in case I wanted to change things on the board. So that's why this is the way it is. Why are you like this? Okay, well, any excess beyond what I have, I probably need to have a little bit more so that I can route these later. There, that'll just be, it'll be a little excessive right now, but what I'll be able to do is route those wires and then I can pull them up to the top here where I don't have to look at them again. Hot tubs and bikinis. It's true. Mankinis. And then I'm taking a circuitous route up to the screen because I want to be able to move the screen in the future. I want it to, you know, I want to be able to move it if I need to. And we will wire wrap these. So wire wrapping is a pretty cool little technique that I don't know if a lot of people are very familiar with. Let's cut that to here. So wire wrapping is an old system. What we used to do, it's how we used to build electronics. You would put your chips through a perforated prototyping board, and they were called people have all kinds of names for this stuff, right? I can't find my bin full of it. You know, that circuit board material that's got a bunch of holes in it. Those are the perforations. So it's prototyping board, and it used to just be a piece of fiberglass with a bunch of holes in it. What you do is you would have chips that were on these sockets that have square pins that stick out. And when you wrap a circular wire around a square pin, it creates a little cold weld. And so all those, I don't think I can pick this out without ruining it. Okay, there we go. I think, I don't know. That's not looking good down there. But anyway, the round wire wraps around the square peg, and at the corners of the peg, there's a little bit of an impression that gets made, and that is a cold weld joint, and apparently, electrically, that's very, very good. So what it used to be was a whole bunch of these chips you could put in a very small area, and then the layers and layers of free space meant that you could run a lot of connections through it. And so you were able to make electronics that not only had a temporary connection, but also they were more dense. They were more dense than typical electronics of the time. We're talking about like the 60s mainly. And so what they were able to do is make some quite a bit of radio equipment work really, really well in Vietnam with that wire wrapping technology, and you could fit a lot into a very small area. Ooh, that kind of got ruined a little bit. And then it was also repairable if you had somebody who knew what they were talking about. Field repairable almost. Buddy of mine was a big RF head. He had his own company and such. What the hell is the pin out of this fucking thing? What is this screen again? I wouldn't go so far as to say really easy, because there's a lot of complexity to the stuff, but yeah, I mean, that's one thing about it, is that it could technically be repaired. You didn't need an electronics shop in order to necessarily fix something broken. This isn't the right. Some guitar pedal guys still use point to point. Point to point's pretty cool, very fashionable. And the special types of noise that you get from point to point. Okay, data clock. Okay, so VCC. So data clock VCC ground. So what this tool does is it holds the wire, and then I spin it around the pin, and it'll wire wrap it. So we're going to do VCC first. And then that'll have a little bit of the jacket wrapped around, which means that if this thing gets moved and flexed, it's not necessarily going to break as easily. VCC's here. God, if I hear that Google security ad again, I think I'm going to go on a rampage. A very secure rampage, but still a rampage. Yeah, it's not pressed all the way down, but I mean, that'll do. And then I don't know which one's SDA and which one's SCL. We got to look at the diagram for that. It's like the only people that can afford advertisements these days are like Google and giant healthcare corporations. That's all you get. And so it's just the same shit over and over again. All right, let's ground. All right, so which one did I put where? So the one that's all the way on the bottom is the white wire. All the way on the bottom is the white wire, according to my copious notes. The one all the way on the bottom is SDA. Which, wait. It was SDA, SCL, VCC. Pretty sure. So the white wire is the first one, blue wire is the second one. Hopefully I don't get that wrong. There's some companies that I would actually like to see ads from. That's an interesting thought. I wonder what... You know, I've seen, like, you know, every now and then you see a commercial for, like, MATLAB, and I was actually pretty happy about that. There was also, I got an ad for this, like, robotics program where you, in your browser, you do the three-dimensional design and the functionality and stuff of a whole goddamn robot, and they'll just make it for you, and then they send you a kit with like an IKEA kit. They flat pack an entire fucking robot to you, and then you build it with one hex key. That was awesome. I was like, whoa! Like, that was a YouTube ad. I don't think you'd see that on TV, but man, that was so cool. That was like right up my fucking alley too. I was like, I'm in. I love this. All right, so that should be a decent connection. My wire wrapping probably leaves a little bit to be desired, but I think that'll do. Now I just need to make sure that the wire runs in the right direction and all that stuff. Pigsty ventilation fans. What the hell? Meanwhile, some poor farmer is like, man, I wish I knew how to ventilate this pigsty. If only I had the right... If only there was some kind of like a TV ad or something that would help me find the right ventilation product. No, it's just that fucking like doo-wop security song. I'm like about to fucking throw a fit. I'm gonna flip a chair over. It's the same sound profile over and over again. I want security. Stop it. If I ever was in a position to like that song, having heard it anywhere else, that would have ruined it completely for me. It's like setting your favorite song to your alarm tone. What can I say? I like big fans. Oh, then you'd love, is it called Big Fan USA or something? They're like these giant fans that that they put in like warehouse spaces and stuff. And apparently you can save a lot by just moving air a little bit in a warehouse space. Apparently you can actually cool things down pretty substantially by just having moving air at all. Moving air equal to yes. OnlyFans. That's just a site for fan products, though. I don't like, you know, you never just need a fan. You sometimes need like a power cable and stuff. I'm just cleaning up my desk a little bit here. Actually, my shoulder kind of hurts. I wonder if I fell over at some point. It's like every time I go to the doctors, they ask me if I've had any unexpected falls, and I'm like, huh? I think I have a neurological condition. Big ass fans. Yeah, there it is. That's the yep. What a great concept. I love stuff like that just lines up like that. You know, it's like, what am I gonna call my company? What am I gonna do? What should I call this place that I've put all of my effort into? I mean, we sell a very niche product. What's that product? It's like a big fan. It's a big ass fan. I'm gonna start a website, call it bigassfans.com. I love it. You imagine if that's your life's work? Big ass fans. That'd be awesome. This is the house that big ass fans built. I love it. All right, before I put the bevel on, we should test. I'll put the bevel on. No, that's a different website. That's not. Don't go to that website. That's a different website. You son of a bitch. Why everybody betray me? I think we need to flip SDA and SCL. I think I got it wrong. Well, this is why we leave plenty of room. That, or is the screen stuff actually enabled? Well, we didn't get any errors, so I think the screen stuff is actually enabled. So I think I just screwed up SDA and SCL. I don't want to unstick the foam because I think that's only got so many sticks in it. So I'll just reverse it at the micro. Solder is a little bit more repeatable than wire wrap, and a lot more repeatable than foam tape. So for those of you that don't know, because I've got a lot of new people here, a lot of people who typically would watch Rob Oz, but one of the big projects that we just completed is a big, excuse me, I'm hiccuping suddenly. Bruh. Okay. Thanks, Diaphragm. I appreciate you. Yeah, one of the projects that we work on here, it's not just keyboards all day. I have built, and this was specifically because of my summer car, I built a steering wheel game controller. It's a force feedback steering wheel. Yeah, they're all the teats. Look at those teats. It's the only teats on Twitch. I built a force feedback steering wheel with a 2 horsepower servo motor. It is a Mitsubishi Mel servo, and it is hooked up to an actual Mercedes steering wheel. It's an S-Class steering wheel. It's a luxury car. I wanted to build a luxury car, and so I put together a bunch of car parts, including actual car pedals, as well as, and I've swapped it out, but I had the Steptronic shifter from an E46 M3. I didn't like the Steptronic shifting because I couldn't keep the gears straight, but we 3D printed an entire 8-speed shifter, and then we took the reverse lockout mechanism from the Steptronic shifter and basically reverse engineered it and 3D printed it and put it on to the whole setup. So at some point, and I don't know if we're going to do this tomorrow or not, I would like to win the My Summer Car Rally. I did a My Summer Car playthrough. I got to the point where I wanted to be. I did too much off camera, to be honest. I should do a restart as well, and that way I can do the hay bales and all that bullshit. We can do all that bullshit together. We can get there together. But I want to beat that rally with my setup. So I don't know if we're going to do it tomorrow or not, but if I do stream tomorrow, I guess I'll be using the steering wheel, and we'll see if we can beat the rally. I've got an entire racing livery that I photoshopped onto the car. What is happening? Why are you not plugging in? What is this? What is this crap? What are you doing? Why no worky? Did I, like, ruin the plug? What happened? Why am I... Is this... What is this? This is USB-C. It should work in either direction. Something's wrong. Yeah, it looks like the little middle piece kind of bent. Yeah, be careful with you, USB-C. You're supposed to have a little bit more longevity than that. I don't want to be pushing buttons when I plug it in. The hay bales. I think they're easier to do when you have the sledgehammer with you, and then you load them up onto the farm truck properly from there. Why? Okay, there it goes. Jeez, that was really weird. Hey, I saw the logo. There it is. It's a beaut. We'll get a better shot of it in a second. Let me just, why is that flashing? Is it just because I moved the... Might be because I moved the cable. There's a cricket outside, and it's making a peeping noise. But there's also one of those birds, maybe? It might be a chipmunk just going... "Eeh! Eeh!" Making this, like, horrible noise. I need to push that over a little bit. This looks... looks a little bendy. The other part of this keyboard that I haven't figured out yet is how to get the RGB LEDs working. That's fairly more complicated than what I had going so far. So I got to invent that in the code. Yeah, that chipmunk noise they make. The it's just like, man, summer's coming to an end. I've had a good run. Buried a lot of acorns that I'm going to be getting back to in a couple months. Time to go make the most ridiculous noise that you could possibly come up with at the top of a fence. They're like, they just do that, man. It's funny, this is popping up more than it was before. Weird. And also the keyboard keeps resetting. I think that's just because of the... Yeah, it's just the connection down here being weird. Why did my LEDs turn off? Hey. Hey. Why do they... Hey. Where are my LEDs at? There we go. Yeah, the power... Sorry, the cable needs to be cleaned out. USB-C is very fragile. My daughter has a USB-C keyboard, and it was not cheap. 4 days, and the USB-C port broke. Ugh. I unplugged it at an angle because of the way it's situated, and I think that's what did it. It's not good. It's not a good scene. There. Setup, lights. That's all the lights. Well, whatever. Ooh, weird frame rate because of the amount of light that's coming in. Oh, and now that doesn't look right. So now I can use function F12 to turn it on and off, and then 11 does 6 levels of fade. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And I got a little screen right there that says QMK firmware. I think I need to change the foam out. I need it to be a little bit shorter than it is right now. So I can cut a new piece of foam for that. The next thing that this is going to get is gray keys. I'm going to take all these keys off, and I'm going to put new rubber bands on them, and then I'm going to put those on here, and these should look pretty freaking cool with the orange light. Now the screen is unfortunately white. I don't know how I can get around that. I need like orange filter gel. But yeah, I need to move it down a little bit. It needs to kind of like fit into the keyboard, not out of the keyboard. That's not the look that I'm going for. Let's get light back over here. Progress. And basically what I can do is just peel it up and shave off a layer and then put a new piece of sticky VKB, VHB, whatever it is. We can put a new layer back down and then we'll continue on. Yeah, I was thinking about putting just a thing of Captain Tape over the top of it, but Captain Tape has a particular look to it. That might be the way that I go, though. I might just put one piece of Captain Tape on top of it, and then it'll just look like orang. And everything will match, and I'll have gray keys instead of black. I'm going to give that a try. Everything works on this. I'm actually shocked at how quickly that came together at the end there. I'm going to declare this done because the remainder of the project on this is me figuring out how to get these two RGB LEDs working, and I might drill out a larger hole for them so they're a little bit more of a thing. Then replacing all the keys. So that's like really boring stuff. The other parts of it are coding for it. You know, what am I going to put on this screen? There's a pop cat, there's a bongo cat, there's all a variety of cats that I can put there, or I can have statistics or something else. I'll have to take a look. Casio watch modders probably know exactly what you need to make it amber. How technical are those guys? Because I know the one Casio watch mod is something that I would be really interested in, because I think there's one replacement PCB for like the Casio that you find everywhere. The one that we would find on certain devices that I had to reverse engineer as a career for 10 years. Yeah, the sensor watch. Somebody made a new board for the sensor watch, or they call it the sensor watch. But like, I could hook that up to the Android blood glucose stuff that I have. Hold on. So I have right now a little pod on my body what holds all of the insulin that it gives to me. And then my phone is now closing the loop between the blood glucose sensor that I have on my shoulder and the pump. And so it's basically running my diabetes automatically. I had to go through a whole training regimen in order to know how this thing works. And now I've got so much control over it. Like, the management is amazing, but it would still be cool to have the sensor watch. You can do a smartwatch with those things, and then you can just look and see what your glucose level's doing. But like, you could do the old school Casio watch. Oh, my glucose level's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. This system, our Borg, yeah, I like Borgers. This is insulin on board and carbs on board at the bottom. This is my glucose level line. There are 3 predictions, and then these are the basal rates, which is like a rate, like an insulin that you get throughout the day, just to keep you normal. And then there's the little arrows on it are micro boluses, where it's giving me little tiny bits of insulin. And then in addition to that, because it's on my phone, that means that it's very easy to upload everything to the cloud. And so anyone can log in to cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com and look at my management and look at what's going on with Bother, whether he's hyperglycemic or not, from anywhere on the planet. It's secure because I have an API key in order to change. Like I have a special key in order to change stuff. So for the next month, yeah, Heroku's going pay. I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what we do after that. Possibly to a new site. I don't want to lose all my data. Probably got a doctor's appointment coming up. Or I just pay Heroku. I don't think it'll be too expensive to just pay them. It'll be the only part of this that I paid for. None of the money is going to the people who painstakingly programmed the Omnipod control and all of the other different applications that make up the we will not wait hashtag, the closed loop, the looping diabetes people. Yeah, none of them are getting money. They're all doing it for free and for fuzzy feel goods in their heart, and possibly also because they want this level of diabetes management in their own lives. The money is going to the hosting service instead, that's going to hold on to the data and display it, that doesn't even want us there. Ain't that a bunch of shit? All right, keyboard project is done. We'll be able to pop in on it and take a look at where it's gone in the future when I get a little bit more used to running it and get it to do the things that I want it to do. But that was pretty cool. I know QMK now, and I know how to configure and run all of that keyboard nonsense so that you can make, I guess, what is probably a pretty powerful platform out of your keyboard. It means that I can turn my caps lock into a push-to-talk. It also means that, I can run special key assignments for stuff if I feel like it. Long story short, I don't. I just run my keyboard as a keyboard, It's just a keyboard. I push stuff and it happens. I like that reliability. I have a backup keyboard now, but when I'm done with this thing, it should be a pretty neat and reliable keyboard. I'll be happy with it, I think, once I get everything working on it. Okay, I am done for the day. I'm done. We did a lot today. It was that sort of like closing up a project kind of day where we got to do a lot of stuff. And I'm super happy about that. I don't want to taint my VOD by showing my taint. I mean, by dragging it on. I don't like to do that around here. So I'm ending. We're a couple minutes early. 2 minutes early. Well, I wanted to go late today, but everything worked out, Everything worked. I might stream tomorrow. I'm not making any promises. No promises. I do want to do a big game stream, but we've got a new puppy here. I have a corgi puppy. Why would I hang out with you guys? What possible motivation do I have? Hot tub stream. I heard we need to get a kiddie pool so that the puppy won't dig in her water. We're not going to do that, but yeah, we've got an adorable little puppy. Her name's Willow. If you want to see her, join my Discord. Here are my social media links. God, it feels like cancer saying that, but yeah, I'll be on again possibly in 19 hours, 15 minutes, and a little less than 35 seconds. But if I don't stream, I'll see you guys on Tuesday, and we're going to work on Burn the Subs, which is this thing behind me gathering dust for the past 2 years. We need to get to that. We're going to work on it on Tuesday. So I will see you guys then. If I see you sooner, it'll be a bonus, and we'll possibly do my summer car and try to beat the rally. No promises. It depends on how I feel. And I'll catch you guys later. Thank you for hanging out with me on this Friday. You guys know where to go on Twitch. I'm sure Davies is streaming my summer car, or you could check out any number of hot tub streams, I guess, if that's what you're into, I guess.